Close your eyes for a moment and imagine standing on the shores of the Bosphorus Strait as the sun slowly descends toward the horizon. The water catches the fading light, turning from deep blue to liquid gold. Behind you, the silhouette of a great city rises against the darkening sky, domes and minarets reaching upward, like prayers made of stone. This is Istanbul, Constantinople, Byzantium, a city of many names, a city that has witnessed the rise and fall of empires. Tonight, we journey together through 6 centuries of history. 600 years, a span of time so vast that when this empire began, the printing press had not yet been invented, and by the time it ended, airplanes flew across the skies. This is the story of the Ottoman Empire, an empire that stretched across 3 continents, an empire that shaped the world we know today, in ways both visible and hidden. An empire built by warriors and poets, architects and dreamers. Let the waters of the Bosphorus carry us back through the centuries, to where it all began. Take a slow, deep breath. Relax your shoulders. Let the weight of the day slip away. We begin our journey not in a palace, but in a dream. Chapter 1. The Dream of Empire. Picture a land of contrasts. The high plateau of Anatolia, what we now call Turkey. A landscape of snow-capped mountains and windswept plains. Fertile valleys where rivers run down to the sea. Harsh steppes where only the hardiest grasses grow. This is a land between worlds. To the west lies Europe and the fading Byzantine Empire, heir to Rome's ancient glory. To the east stretches Persia, with its gardens and poetry, its ancient culture reaching back millennia. To the south, the Arab lands, guardians of Islam's holy places, and Anatolia sits at the crossroads of them all. The year is 1250, the 13th century, a time of great upheaval. For centuries, this land belonged to the Seljuk Turks, who had built a great sultanate here. They brought Islam to Anatolia. They built magnificent mosques and caravanserais along the trade routes. They created a synthesis of Turkish, Persian, and Islamic culture that would echo through the ages. But now, the Seljuk power is broken. From the east came the Mongols, the horsemen of the steppes. Led by the descendants of Genghis Khan, they swept across Asia like a terrible storm. Cities fell before them. Kingdoms crumbled. The Seljuk Sultanate, once so mighty, was shattered beneath the hooves of Mongol horses. In the aftermath of this destruction, Anatolia became a patchwork. A quilt of small territories, each ruled by a different lord. The Turks called them beyliks, principalities. Dozens of them, scattered across the land, each beylik jealous of the others, each one seeking to expand, to survive, to thrive in uncertain times. Some were large and powerful, others barely more than a fortified town and a few villages. They made alliances and broke them. They fought among themselves. They raided the Byzantine territories to the west, seeking plunder and glory. In the northwest corner of Anatolia, near the borders of the Byzantine Empire, lay one of the smallest of these beyliks. So small that most chronicles barely mentioned it. Its territory could be crossed on horseback in a matter of days. This tiny principality centered around a town called Söğüt, a modest place. Nothing to suggest it would become the seed of an empire. But it had something the others did not. It had a leader with a vision, a man named Osman. The Byzantines were old. Their empire, which had lasted 1,000 years, was now a shadow of its former glory. Their armies were weak, their borders poorly defended. They hired mercenaries to fight their wars, foreigners who felt no loyalty to Constantinople. And on those borders, Turkish warriors gathered. Men who sought adventure, men who sought fortune, men who believed they were fighting for their faith. They called themselves Ghazis, holy warriors, raiders for Islam. Among these Ghazis, Osman and his followers would rise, not through conquest alone, but through a combination of military skill, political cunning, and an ability to inspire loyalty in others. The stage was set. The old world was dying. The new world was about to be born. But first, there was a dream. History and legend intertwine in the story of Osman. The line between them blurs, like a reflection on water. What truly happened? What was added later? to give meaning to events. We may never know with certainty, but the legend tells us something important, not necessarily about what was, but about what people believed, about how they understood their own story. So let us step into that legend, as people have done for 700 years. Osman was young, perhaps in his early 20s. The year was around 1299. His father, Ertuğrul, had recently died, and Osman had inherited the leadership of their small beylik, a heavy responsibility for one so young. One night, according to the story, Osman was travelling. He stopped to rest at the home of a wise man, a sheikh named Edebali, a man known throughout the region for his learning and his piety, a man who understood both the sword and the spirit. The sheikh welcomed Osman into his home. They ate together. They talked late into the evening, about matters of faith and governance, about the state of the world and the future of the Turkish people. Finally, weary from the journey and the conversation, Osman retired to sleep. The sheikh had left a copy of the Quran in the room, a gesture of respect for his guest. And there, in that small room, Osman dreamed. In the dream, the moon rose from the sheikh's chest. Beautiful, luminous, full. It rose higher and higher into the night sky, and then it descended. It came to rest in Osman's own chest. He could feel its light and warmth within him. From Osman's navel, a tree began to grow. It grew with impossible speed, as things do in dreams. Its roots spread out in all directions, sinking deep into the earth. Its branches reached toward the heavens. The tree grew until it covered the entire world. In its shade, Osman could see mountains. 4 great mountains. In later years, people would say these were the Atlas, the Taurus, the Caucasus, and the Balkans, the 4 corners of the empire that would be. Beneath the tree, rivers flowed. The Nile, the Danube, the Tigris, the Euphrates, great waterways of civilization. Cities appeared at the tree's base. Constantinople, jewel of the Byzantines, shining like a diamond. And as Osman watched, that diamond became a ring, and the ring slipped onto his finger. He woke with a start. His heart was pounding. The images were so vivid, so real, that for a moment he could not tell if he was awake or still dreaming. In the morning, he told Sheikh Edebali about the dream. The old man listened carefully, stroking his beard. Then he smiled. God has given you and your descendants sovereignty over the world, the sheikh said. My daughter Malhun shall be your wife. Congratulations, my son. Congratulations. Whether this dream truly happened, we cannot say. Perhaps it did. Perhaps it was created later, to give divine sanction to Ottoman rule. Perhaps Osman did dream something that night, and the details were embellished over time. What matters is this: the Ottomans themselves believed in this dream. For 6 centuries, every sultan who sat on the throne saw himself as the fulfillment of Osman's vision, the tree that would shelter the world. And in a way, they were right. The empire would grow. It would spread across 3 continents, just as the dream foretold. It would last longer than almost any other empire in human history. From that small beylik near Surat, something extraordinary would emerge. Osman took the title of Bey, Lord, but his followers called him something more. They called themselves Osman Lila, the people of Osman. In Arabic, this became Othman, and in European languages, Ottoman. An empire was named for one man's dream. Osman was not a king, not yet. He was a Ghazi, a warrior for the faith. He led raids against the Byzantine territories to the west. Small raids at first, a village here, a fortress there, but with each success, more warriors flocked to his banner. He was known for his fairness, for his courage, for treating his followers with respect, regardless of their origin. Turkish nomads fought beside settled farmers. Muslims fought beside Christian converts. All were welcome, if they were loyal. The Byzantines called him a barbarian, a raider, a threat. But they were too weak, too divided, to stop him. Their empire was consumed by its own internal struggles. Civil wars between rival claimants to the throne, theological disputes that split the church, economic decline that left the treasury empty. Osman took advantage of every weakness. Not with massive armies. He did not have massive armies. But with patience, with strategy, with an understanding that power comes not just from conquest, but from knowing when to fight and when to wait. Year by year, the small beylik grew, one valley at a time, one town at a time. In 1326, or perhaps 1324, the exact date is uncertain, Osman died. He never saw his dream fully realized. He never conquered Constantinople, though he dreamed of it. He never built an empire, though he laid its foundations, but he gave his people something more valuable than territory. He gave them a vision, a sense of destiny, the belief that they were meant for greatness. His son Orhan would continue what he began, and Orhan's sons after him, generation after generation, building on what Osman started. The dream would live on. Chapter 2. Rise of the Eagle. Foundations. When Osman died in the year 1326, his son, Orhan, inherited more than just territory. He inherited a movement, a growing sense among the Turkish warriors that something significant was happening here on the Byzantine frontier. Orhan was different from his father. Where Osman had been primarily a warrior, a Ghazi who led from horseback, Orhan understood that building something lasting required more than victories on the battlefield. It required organization, structure, the transformation from a raiding band into a real state. He was young when he took power, perhaps in his mid-20s, tall, they said, with a commanding presence. A man who could inspire loyalty not through fear, but through competence. His first major achievement came quickly. The city of Bursa sat in the fertile valleys south of the Sea of Marmara, a prosperous Byzantine city, surrounded by strong walls. Osman had besieged it for years without success. Now Orhan would finish what his father started. The siege lasted 9 years. 9 years. Think of that. An entire childhood, from birth to the edge of adolescence, spent waiting outside those walls. The defenders held on with desperate courage, hoping for relief that never came. Constantinople was too weak, too distracted by its own problems, to send help. Finally, in 1324, or perhaps 1326, the sources disagree, Bursa fell. Not through a dramatic assault, but through exhaustion. The city simply could not hold out any longer. Orhan entered the city not as a conqueror bent on destruction, but as a new ruler taking possession of his capital. This would set a pattern for Ottoman conquests to come. Preserve what is useful. Integrate rather than destroy. Make the conquered people part of the new order. He made Bursa his capital, the first real Ottoman capital. And there, in that ancient city, he began to build the institutions that would define the empire. He organized a standing army. Not just Ghazis who came and went as they pleased, but soldiers who received regular pay. This was revolutionary. Most medieval armies were temporary affairs, assembled for a campaign and then disbanded. Orhan created something permanent. He established a system of land grants. Loyal warriors received taimars, estates that provided income in exchange for military service. This bound the military class to the state. It gave them a stake in the empire's success. It created a feudal system, yes, but one controlled by the sultan, not independent nobles. He minted coins. This sounds simple, but it was profound. Coins bearing Orhan's name and title, a declaration of sovereignty, a sign that this was no longer just a beylik among many, but a state with its own identity. He built mosques and schools. He invited scholars and craftsmen to Bursa. The city began to transform from a Byzantine town into an Ottoman one. But it was a gradual transformation. Christians were not forced to convert. Churches continued to function. The Greek population remained, many of them becoming Ottoman subjects, while keeping their faith and customs. This tolerance, or perhaps we should call it pragmatism, would become an Ottoman trademark. An empire spanning many peoples, many faiths, many languages, could not survive through force alone. It needed to give people reasons to accept Ottoman rule. Security, justice, the ability to prosper. From Bursa, Orhan's armies expanded outward. Iznik fell in 1331. The ancient city of Nicaea, where church councils had once debated the nature of Christ. Now it became an Ottoman city. Izmit in 1337. Üsküdar in 1338. One by one, The Byzantine cities of northwestern Anatolia fell. Some resisted and were taken by force. Others negotiated surrender, receiving guarantees of safety in exchange for opening their gates. The Byzantine Empire watched with growing alarm, but alarm did not translate into effective action. The emperors in Constantinople were caught in their own web of problems: civil wars, economic collapse, religious disputes. The great empire of Justinian, which had once reclaimed the Mediterranean, was now reduced to squabbling over the scraps of its former glory. Orhan married twice. His first wife was Nilufer Hatun, daughter of a Byzantine noble. His second was Theodora, daughter of a Byzantine prince. These marriages were not just romantic unions. They were political statements. They tied the Ottoman dynasty to the Byzantine imperial family. They legitimized Ottoman rule in the eyes of the local Christian population. And they worked. The Ottomans were no longer seen as just another raiding band. They were becoming a new power in the region, a power with which one could negotiate, a power with which one could do business. Orhan ruled for 36 years. 36 years of steady expansion and consolidation. By the time he died in 1362, the small beylik his father had left him had grown into a substantial state. But more importantly, it had developed the institutions it would need to grow further: an organized military, a bureaucracy, a treasury, a legal system blending Turkish customs, Islamic law, and practical necessity. The foundations were laid. The dream of Osman was taking physical form, stone by stone, law by law, conquest by conquest. And now, the Ottomans were ready to take a step that would change everything. They were ready to cross from Asia into Europe. There is a narrow strait that separates Asia from Europe, the Dardanelles. The ancient Hellespont, where Xerxes once crossed with his Persian armies, where Leander swam each night to meet Hero. A stretch of water loaded with history and myth, and in 1345, the Ottomans crossed it. The story of how this happened reveals much about the Byzantine Empire's decline. The emperor in Constantinople, John Cantacuzenus, was fighting a civil war against a rival claimant. Desperate for military support, he did something that would have been unthinkable a century earlier. He invited the Ottomans to cross into Europe as his allies. Orhan sent his son, Suleiman Pasha, with a force of Turkish warriors. They crossed the Dardanelles. They fought on behalf of the emperor. They helped him win his civil war. And then, they did not go back. Why would they? Europe was rich. The land was fertile. The cities were prosperous. And the Byzantines were clearly too weak to defend it. In 1354, an earthquake struck the region. The walls of the fortress of Gallipoli crumbled. Suleiman Pasha's forces occupied the ruins. They rebuilt the fortifications. They established a permanent base on the European side of the straits. The Byzantines protested. They demanded the Ottomans leave. But protests and demands meant nothing without the power to enforce them. The Ottomans stayed. Gallipoli became a bridgehead, a gateway. Turkish warriors and their families began crossing from Anatolia. They settled in Thrace. They turned Byzantine farms into Turkish villages. The demographic map of the region began to shift. Orhan died in 1362. His son Murad became the new sultan. Murad I, a man who would take his father's European foothold and transform it into an empire. Murad understood the opportunity before him. The Balkans were divided into small kingdoms and principalities: Byzantium, Bulgaria, Serbia, Bosnia, Wallachia, each suspicious of the others, each unable to present a united front against a new threat. The Ottoman military was superior to anything the Balkans could field. Turkish cavalry, trained from childhood to fight on horseback. Archers who could shoot accurately from the saddle at full gallop. Infantry armed with spears and swords, disciplined and experienced. And crucially, the Ottomans were united under a single command. While the Christian kingdoms squabbled among themselves, the Ottoman army moved with singular purpose. In 1361, Murad's forces took the city of Adrianople, the second largest city in the Byzantine Empire after Constantinople itself, a major commercial and cultural center sitting astride important trade routes. The capture of Adrianople was a turning point. Murad, renamed it Edirne, and made it his capital. Not Bursa, back in Anatolia, but Edirne. In Europe, this was a statement, a declaration. The Ottoman future lay not in Asia, but in Europe. The conquest of the Balkans was not a raid or a temporary occupation. It was permanent. From Edirne, Ottoman armies pushed in all directions. North into Bulgaria, west towards Serbia, south toward Greece. The speed of expansion was breathtaking. Within a generation, the Ottomans controlled more of the Balkans than the Byzantines did. The Byzantine emperor was reduced to pleading for help from Western Europe, from the Pope, from the kingdoms of France and England and Hungary. He offered to reunite the Orthodox and Catholic churches, ending centuries of schism, if only the West would send armies to stop the Turkish advance. Some help came. Crusading armies marched eastward, but they came too late, in too small numbers, poorly coordinated with each other. The Ottomans defeated them one by one. By 1389, Murad controlled Macedonia, central Bulgaria, and much of Thrace. Only a few stubborn kingdoms remained independent: Serbia, Bosnia, Wallachia, Albania, and the tiny remnant of the Byzantine Empire, reduced to little more than Constantinople and a few islands. The great confrontation was coming. The Serbs, recognizing the threat, assembled an army, a coalition of Balkan peoples. Serbs, Bosnians, Albanians, even some Hungarians, all united against the Ottoman advance. The two armies would meet on the field of Kosovo, a battle that would echo through the centuries, a battle that would become legend, a battle where both leaders would die, and yet only one side would truly lose. Picture a plain in the heart of the Balkans, Kosovo Polje, the field of blackbirds. June 15th, 1389. Early summer. The grass is green from spring rains. Birds wheel overhead in the morning sky. Two armies face each other across that field. On one side, the coalition of Christian forces, led by Prince Lazar of Serbia, perhaps 30,000 men, knights in armor, infantry with spears and shields. The flower of Balkan chivalry, fighting for their homes, their faith, their freedom. On the other side, the Ottoman army, led by Sultan Murad himself, perhaps 40,000 men, though the numbers are uncertain, Turkish cavalry with their recurved bows, Anatolian infantry, Serbian and Bulgarian vassals who had already submitted to Ottoman rule. The night before the battle, both sides prepared in their own ways. In the Christian camp, priests heard confessions. Men wrote letters to wives and children, knowing they might not survive the day. Prince Lazar prayed for victory, for deliverance, for the strength to stop the Ottoman advance. In the Ottoman camp, the Sultan sat with his commanders. They discussed tactics, the disposition of forces, the terrain. Murad was in his late 60s by now, an old man by medieval standards. He had spent his entire reign at war. This would be his final battle. Dawn broke over Kosovo. The armies formed their lines. Banners fluttered in the morning breeze. The Christian standards, with their crosses and saints. The Ottoman tugs, the horsehair standards that signified rank and authority. For a moment, all was still. Tens of thousands of men, waiting, hearts pounding, mouths dry. The terrible anticipation before battle begins. Then the horns sounded, the drums began to beat, and the armies moved toward each other. What happened next has been debated by historians for 6 centuries. The sources contradict each other. Serbian chronicles say one thing, Ottoman records say another. Later legends added layers of heroism and tragedy that may or may not reflect the truth. But certain facts seem clear. The battle was fierce, brutal. Men fought hand to hand in the summer heat. Swords rang against armor. Arrows filled the air like deadly rain. The wounded screamed. The dying prayed. Blood soaked into the black soil of Kosovo. At some point during the battle, a Serbian knight named Miloš Obilić approached the Ottoman lines. Some accounts say he pretended to be a deserter. Others say he fought his way through. But somehow, he reached Sultan Murad's position. And there, he killed the Sultan. A knife thrust. Quick and lethal. Murad I, who had built an empire in Europe, fell dead on the field of Kosovo. The Ottoman commanders, shocked by their leader's death, rallied quickly. Murad's son Bayezid took command. The battle continued. The death of the Sultan did not break the Ottoman army. If anything, it made them fight harder, seeking revenge. Prince Lazar was captured, brought before Bayezid, and there, in the aftermath of the battle, with his father's body lying nearby, Bayezid ordered Lazar's execution. A life for a life, a prince for a sultan. When the sun set on Kosovo, the field was covered with the dead and dying. Thousands upon thousands. Both armies had suffered terribly. But the Ottomans held the field. The Christian coalition was broken. Many had fled. Others lay dead. The flower of Serbian nobility was gone, killed in that single day of slaughter. Serbia became an Ottoman vassal. The Serbian prince would rule, but under Ottoman suzerainty, paying tribute, providing troops for Ottoman campaigns. Effectively, Serbia's independence was over, though it would take several more decades for the final conquest to be completed. The Battle of Kosovo became a touchstone of Serbian identity. In later centuries, as nationalism rose, Kosovo was remembered as the place where Serbian freedom died, where heroes sacrificed themselves against impossible odds. Epic poems were written about the battle. Songs were sung. The dead were venerated as martyrs. For the Ottomans, Kosovo was a victory, but a costly one. They lost their sultan, but they gained dominance over the Balkans. The path to further conquest was open. Bayezid, who would be known as Yildirim, the Thunderbolt, for his speed and ferocity in war, became the new sultan. He would bury his father with honor, and then he would continue the work of expansion. The empire had survived the death of its leader in battle. This, in itself, was significant. Lesser states might have collapsed into civil war over succession, but the Ottoman system held. Power passed smoothly from father to son. The institutions that Orhan had built proved their worth. The dream of Osman continued. The tree of empire spread its branches further. The roots sank deeper into European soil. The conquest of the Balkans was not complete. Not yet. There would be more battles, more sieges, more years of campaigning. But Kosovo marked the moment when the outcome became inevitable. When it became clear that no Balkan power could stop the Ottoman advance, Constantinople watched from behind its walls. The great city, the last remnant of Rome, still unconquered, still defiant, but surrounded now by Ottoman territory, an island in an Ottoman sea. Its fall was only a matter of time. Chapter 3: Trials and Tribulations. Bayezid sat on the throne with his father's blood still fresh in his memory. The new sultan was in his early 30s, young, vigorous, and burning with ambition. They called him Yildirim, the Thunderbolt. The name suited him well. He moved with terrifying speed. Where other commanders would take weeks to march their armies from one place to another, Bayezid seemed to appear out of nowhere. His enemies would hear he was 100 miles away, and then he would strike at dawn, his cavalry surrounding them before they knew what was happening. In the decade following Kosovo, Bayezid swept through the Balkans like a storm. Bulgaria, which had clung to fragments of independence, was fully absorbed into the empire. The Bulgarian Tsar became an Ottoman vassal, then disappeared entirely from history. His kingdom became an Ottoman province. Bosnia fell under Ottoman suzerainty. The lords of Wallachia submitted and paid tribute. Albania resisted fiercely, its mountain fortresses proving difficult to conquer, but even there, Ottoman influence grew stronger year by year. In Anatolia, Bayezid turned his attention to the other Turkish beyliks. The small principalities that had been rivals and neighbors now became targets for conquest. One by one, they fell. Bayezid was creating something new. Not just the strongest beylik among many, but a centralized state that would tolerate no rivals. This earned him enemies. The other Turkish lords resented being absorbed. They appealed to outside powers for help, but help did not come, or came too late. By 1400, Bayezid controlled more territory than any Ottoman sultan before him. The empire stretched from the Danube to the Euphrates, from the Aegean to the Black Sea. It was growing into something truly formidable. And Bayezid wanted more. He wanted the ultimate prize, Constantinople. The great city sat behind its walls, a thorn in the side of Ottoman power. Byzantine territory surrounded it on all sides now. The emperors in Constantinople ruled over little more than the city itself and a few scattered outposts. They survived only because the Ottomans allowed them to survive. But Bayezid decided that even this remnant was too much. In 1394, he laid siege to Constantinople. Not a brief raid, but a serious attempt at conquest. Ottoman forces surrounded the land walls. Ships blockaded the harbour. The noose tightened. Inside the city, people prayed. They reinforced the walls. They rationed food. The Byzantine emperor sent desperate pleas to the west, to Venice, to Genoa, to the Pope, to anyone who would listen. Constantinople, the great Christian city in the east, was about to fall. But it did not fall. Not yet. The walls were too strong. Built by the Emperor Theodosius 1,000 years earlier, they had withstood countless sieges. The Byzantines knew how to defend them. And crucially, help arrived from the sea. Venetian and Genoese ships brought supplies and reinforcements. The blockade was incomplete. After 8 years, 8 long years, Bayezid lifted the siege. Constantinople had survived, but it was a temporary reprieve. Everyone knew the Ottomans would return. It was only a question of when. Bayezid's confidence grew with each victory. Perhaps too much. He began to see himself as invincible, the thunderbolt who could not be stopped, the sultan who would complete what his ancestors had started and add Constantinople to his empire. He gave himself grand titles: Sultan of Rum, ruler of Rome, a claim to be the heir of the Roman Empire itself. The Byzantines still claimed this title. So did the Holy Roman Emperor in Germany. But Bayezid declared that he, and he alone, was the true successor to the Caesars. In 1400, he turned his attention eastward. The Anatolian Beyliks were mostly conquered, but beyond them lay a major threat, one that Bayezid had underestimated. From the steppes of Central Asia, a new conqueror had risen, a man whose name would become synonymous with terror and destruction, a military genius who had built an empire stretching from India to the Mediterranean. His name was Timur, the Lame, Tamerlane, and he was coming. Timur was not Turkish, though he claimed descent from the Mongol conquerors. He was not Arab, though he professed Islam. He was something older, something that came from the heart of Asia, a product of the steppes, where only the strongest survived. By 1400, Timur had conquered more territory than any man since Genghis Khan. He had defeated the Golden Horde in Russia, crushed the Sultanate of Delhi in India, brought Persia under his control. His armies were legendary, disciplined, mobile, utterly ruthless. And now he turned his attention to Anatolia, to the upstart Ottoman Sultan who dared to call himself the ruler of Rum. Timur sent messengers to Bayezid, haughty letters demanding submission, calling Bayezid a minor prince who should recognize his betters. The tone was insulting, deliberately so. Bayezid responded with equal arrogance. He would not submit to this Mongol warlord. He was the Sultan of the Ottomans, the conqueror of the Balkans, the future master of Constantinople. The two armies moved toward each other. Bayezid recalled his forces from Europe. He gathered troops from across Anatolia. He was confident. He had never lost a major battle. Why should this be different? They met near Ankara, the ancient city in the heart of Anatolia, July 20th, 1402. High summer. The heat was oppressive. Water was scarce. Timur had chosen the ground carefully. He positioned his army near water sources. The Ottoman army, arriving after a long march, found themselves on dry ground. Their men were thirsty, their horses exhausted. The battle began in the morning. The Ottoman forces attacked with their usual ferocity. But something was wrong. Some of Bayezid's troops, the Anatolian Beyliks that he had recently conquered, began to desert. They switched sides in the middle of the battle, joining Timur's army. The center of the Ottoman line held. Bayezid's personal troops, his household cavalry, his janissaries, these fought with desperate courage. They knew what would happen if they lost. For hours, the outcome hung in the balance. But Timur's forces were too numerous, too well positioned, too experienced. Slowly, inexorably, the Ottoman lines began to break. By afternoon, The battle had become a rout. Ottoman soldiers fled in all directions. The army that Bayezid had so carefully assembled was destroyed. Scattered across the Anatolian plateau like leaves in a storm, Bayezid himself tried to escape. He fled on horseback, heading for the mountains. But Timur's cavalry pursued him. They ran him down, captured him. The Sultan of the Ottomans, the Thunderbolt, reduced to a prisoner. What happened next has been debated for 6 centuries. Some sources say Timur treated Bayezid with respect, as one ruler to another. Others tell darker tales. Stories of humiliation, of Bayezid being displayed in a cage, carried from place to place like a trophy, forced to watch as Timur's armies ravaged his empire. The truth is uncertain. What we know is this: Bayezid died in captivity in March of 1403. Whether from despair, from illness, or from harsher treatment, we cannot say, but the man who had seemed invincible was gone. His body was returned to his family, buried with honor at Bursa. But his empire lay in ruins. Timur's armies swept through Anatolia. They besieged Smyrna and took it from the Christian knights of Rhodes. They captured city after city. They burned. They plundered. They took thousands of captives as slaves. The Ottoman state seemed finished. The dynasty of Osman appeared to be just another footnote in the history of Timur's conquests. The dream that had begun in Soğut, that had crossed into Europe, that had seemed destined for greatness, was dying. But then something unexpected happened. Timur, having destroyed the Ottoman army, having captured the Ottoman Sultan, having proven his point, withdrew. He marched his armies back eastward. He had other ambitions. China beckoned. The conquest of the Ming dynasty. He would leave Anatolia to sort itself out. And in 1405, Timur died. His own empire, built on his personal genius, fragmented almost immediately. His sons fought each other for succession. The unified threat dissolved into rival khanates. The Ottomans had been given an unexpected gift: time, a chance to rebuild, a chance to survive. But first, they would have to endure a civil war. Bayezid left 4 sons: Suleiman, Isa, Mehmed, and Musa. 4 princes, 4 claimants to the throne, and no clear rule for who should inherit. The empire was in chaos. Much of Anatolia had been ravaged by Timur's invasion. Cities were destroyed, trade routes disrupted, the military was scattered, the treasury was empty, and the 4 brothers looked at each other with suspicion and ambition. Suleiman controlled the European territories. From Edirne, he claimed to be the rightful sultan. He had the Balkan provinces under his control. He made alliances with Christian powers, with Byzantium, with Serbia. He was willing to trade away territory for support. Isa held parts of western Anatolia. Mehmed controlled the central regions around Ankara and Bursa. Musa had supporters but no secure base. Each brother assembled armies, each one prepared to fight the others. For 11 years, the Ottoman state tore itself apart. 11 years. From 1402 to 1413, while the sons of Bayezid fought each other, the empire hung in the balance. It was called the interregnum, the time between reigns, a polite name for a brutal civil war. Brother fought brother. Armies that should have been defending the empire's borders were instead killing each other. Provinces changed hands repeatedly. Alliances formed and dissolved. Betrayal was common. The Byzantine emperor watched with relief. Perhaps the Ottoman threat would destroy itself. Perhaps Constantinople would be saved after all. The Christian kingdoms of the Balkans dared to hope that they might regain their independence. But they underestimated Ottoman resilience. And they underestimated one of the brothers in particular, Mehmed. Mehmed was younger than Suleiman, less flamboyant, but he was patient, strategic. He built alliances carefully. He treated his soldiers well. He presented himself as the legitimate heir, the one who would restore order and unity. One by one, his brothers fell. Isa was defeated and killed. Suleiman was betrayed by his own allies and executed. Musa held out the longest, but in 1413, he too was defeated in battle and killed. Mehmed emerged victorious. Mehmed I, sometimes called Mehmed the Restorer, or Mehmed Çelebi. Mehmed, the gentleman. He entered Edirne as the undisputed sultan. The civil war was over. The interregnum had ended. The Ottoman state, which had seemed ready to collapse, had survived. But barely. The empire that Mehmed inherited was a shadow of what his grandfather Murad had built. Territory had been lost. Vassals had become independent again. The military needed to be rebuilt. The administration reconstructed. The treasury refilled. Mehmed spent his 8-year reign doing exactly that. Rebuilding. Consolidating. Avoiding major wars. Making peace with neighbors. Focusing on internal stability. He had learned a lesson from the chaos. The empire needed clear rules of succession. It needed institutions strong enough to survive the death or capture of a sultan. It needed to be more than just one man's personal domain. When Mehmed died in 1421, he left the throne to his son Murad II, and the succession was peaceful. No civil war. No brothers fighting brothers. The system held. The Ottoman Empire had passed through the fire and survived. It had nearly died in the furnace of Timur's invasion and the fratricidal conflict that followed. But it had emerged, tempered like steel. The foundations laid by Orhan and Murad I had proven strong enough. The dream of Osman still lived. Battered, scarred, but alive. And now, a new generation would pick up where their ancestors left off. The conquest of the Balkans would resume. Constantinople would once again be threatened. The empire would grow again. But this time, with hard-won wisdom. This time, knowing how close they had come to extinction. This time, with a deeper understanding that empires, like men, are mortal, unless they build something that outlasts any single ruler. The tree that Osman saw in his dream had nearly been uprooted, but its roots had held, and now it would grow again, stronger than before, reaching toward the sky, spreading its branches across the world. The trials were over. The tribulations endured. The true rise of the Ottoman Empire was about to begin. Chapter 4. The Conqueror, MEHMED II. In the year 1432, a boy was born in Edirne, the third son of Sultan Murad II. They named him Mehmed, a common name, a prophet's name. Nothing about his birth suggested he would become one of the most consequential figures in history. His childhood was unusual, even for a prince. His father, Murad, was a capable sultan, but a reluctant one. He had inherited an empire recovering from civil war. He spent his reign stabilizing it, expanding it, preparing it for the future. But he grew tired of the burden. Twice, he tried to abdicate. Twice, he attempted to retire to a life of contemplation and peace. The first time, young Mehmed was only 12 years old. Suddenly, unexpectedly, he found himself sultan, a child on the throne of a great empire. His father retreated to Manisa, seeking the quiet life he craved. It was a disaster. The boy sultan had advisors, of course, experienced men who tried to guide him. But the empire's enemies sensed weakness. Christian powers launched crusades. Janissaries became unruly. The government struggled. After 2 years, Murad returned. He took back the throne. Mehmed was sent away, his brief reign over. But he had learned something valuable. He had seen how power worked, how quickly it could slip away from the weak or unprepared, how ruthless the world was to those who showed vulnerability. He would not make that mistake again. Mehmed grew into a young man of intense focus. He studied obsessively. Languages, he learned Turkish, Arabic, Persian, Greek, Latin, Hebrew. History, he read accounts of Alexander the Great, of the Roman emperors, of the great conquerors of the past. Mathematics and astronomy. Geography and military tactics. He surrounded himself with scholars, Christian and Muslim, Greek and Turkish. He debated philosophy with them, discussed theology, absorbed knowledge like a sponge absorbs water. But above all, he studied one thing: Constantinople. The great city had obsessed Ottoman sultans for generations. Bayezid had tried to take it and failed. Murad had besieged it briefly but withdrew. It sat there, behind its massive walls, unconquered. A constant reminder that the Ottoman conquest of the region was incomplete. For Mehmed, Constantinople became more than a military objective. It became a symbol. The city of Constantine, the city of Justinian, the last remnant of Rome. To take it would be to declare to the world that the Ottomans were not just another kingdom, not just another temporary power. They were the heirs of Rome itself. He collected maps of the city, studied its defences, the triple walls that had protected it for 1,000 years, the chain across the Golden Horn that prevented ships from entering the harbour, the sea walls along the Marmara coast, every gate, every tower, every weak point. His tutors noticed his obsession. Some encouraged it, others worried. Constantinople had defeated better armies than the Ottomans could field. The walls were impregnable. Generations of besiegers had broken themselves against those stones. But Mehmed saw something others missed. The world was changing. New technologies were emerging. Gunpowder weapons were becoming more powerful, more reliable. Cannons that could shatter stone. Cannons that could break walls that had stood for centuries. If he could build cannons large enough, powerful enough, Constantinople might fall. When Murad died in 1451, Mehmed became sultan for the second time. He was 19 years old, no longer a child. Now a man with a plan, a vision that burned in his mind like a fever. The courtiers expected him to consolidate power, to spend time securing his position, to move cautiously, as new sultans traditionally did. Instead, Mehmed began preparing for war. Immediately, urgently. He sent agents across Europe, seeking the best cannon founders. Master craftsmen who understood the new technology. Engineers who could solve the problems of casting and transporting massive guns. One man answered his call, a Hungarian engineer named Urban. He had offered his services to the Byzantine emperor first, but the emperor could not afford to pay him. So Urban came to Mehmed, and Mehmed gave him everything he asked for. Money, workers, materials, whatever was needed. Urban promised to build a cannon unlike any the world had seen. A monster. A weapon that could shatter the walls of Constantinople. Mehmed also built a fortress. On the European side of the Bosphorus, at its narrowest point. Right across from an older fortress on the Asian side. Together, these fortresses would control the strait. Cut Constantinople off from supply ships coming from the Black Sea. The Byzantines protested. The land where Mehmed was building belonged to them, technically. It violated treaties. Building a fortress there was an act of war. Mehmed's response was simple. He built it anyway. Quickly. In just 4 months, the fortress was complete. Massive walls. Powerful cannons pointed at the water. Any ship that tried to pass would be destroyed. He named it Rumeli Hizara, the fortress of Rome. Another symbolic gesture. Rome was finished. A new power controlled these waters now. In Constantinople, the Emperor Constantine XI watched these preparations with growing dread. He knew what was coming. He sent embassies to the west, to the Pope, to Venice, to Genoa, begging for help, promising anything, church reunion, trade concessions, whatever they wanted. Some help came. A few hundred soldiers from Venice, a few ships from Genoa. The Pope sent encouragement and prayers, but no armies. The kingdoms of Western Europe were fighting each other. They had no resources to spare for distant Constantinople. Constantine had perhaps 7,000 defenders, against an Ottoman army that would number over 80,000. The mathematics were simple, brutal. Constantinople would fall. It was only a question of how long the city could hold out. In the city, people prepared as best they could. They reinforced the walls. They gathered food and weapons. They prayed to icons that had protected the city for centuries. They believed, or tried to believe, that God would deliver them, that the Virgin Mary, patron of Constantinople, would work a miracle. Mehmed assembled his army outside Edirne, 80,000 men, perhaps more, cavalry and infantry, engineers and sappers, supply wagons stretching for miles, and the cannons, Urban's great cannon and dozens of smaller ones. The largest required 60 oxen to pull it. It could fire a stone ball weighing over half a ton. In early April of 1453, the Ottoman army marched toward Constantinople. The earth trembled beneath their feet. The sky darkened with dust from their passage. An avalanche of men and metal, moving with terrible purpose toward the Queen of Cities. Mehmed was 21 years old. He was about to attempt what dozens of conquerors before him had failed to do, to break the walls that had never fallen, to take the city that had stood for 1100 years. He rode at the head of his army, young and confident, burning with ambition. He had spent his entire life preparing for this moment. Now, finally, it had come. Constantinople waited, ancient, proud, doomed. Picture the city in early April, spring coming to the Bosphorus, the water deep blue beneath a pale sky. Inside the walls, people moved through streets that had known civilization since before the time of Christ. The Hagia Sophia rose above the rooftops, its great dome a marvel of engineering. The forums and markets, the churches and monasteries, the palaces and gardens, 1,000 years of accumulated beauty and culture, and surrounding it all, the walls. The Theodosian walls, built in the 5th century, triple walls on the land side, an outer wall with a moat, a middle wall, and the great inner wall, 40 feet high, studded with towers. For 1,000 years, these walls had protected the city. Attila the Hun had not broken them. Arab armies had failed before them. Crusaders had only taken the city through treachery, not through assault. Emperor Constantine XI stood on those walls and looked out at the gathering Ottoman forces. He was in his late 40s, a veteran of countless battles and political struggles. He knew the odds. He knew his city was doomed, but he would not surrender. He would not flee. He would fight to the end, whatever that end might be. His garrison was tiny, 7,000 men to defend 14 miles of walls. He stretched them as thin as he dared. Greeks and Italians, professional soldiers and armed civilians, monks and merchants who had taken up weapons. Everyone knew what would happen if the city fell: death or slavery. The end of an empire that traced its lineage back to Augustus Caesar. On April 6, 1453, the Ottoman army arrived. They spread out along the land walls like a vast carpet, tents by the thousands, banners and flags, the sound of drums and horns. 80,000 warriors, and more arriving every day. Mehmed established his headquarters directly opposite the weakest point in the walls, the valley of the Lycus River. Here, the land sloped down, making the walls slightly lower. If there was a place to break through, this was it. And here, he positioned his great cannons. Urban's monster and its smaller siblings. They were aligned carefully, aimed at specific sections of wall. The gunners calculated angles and distances. They prepared charges of gunpowder. They loaded the massive stone balls. And then, on April 12th, the bombardment began. The sound was like nothing the world had heard before. A roar that shook the ground. A thunder that echoed off the hills. The great cannon fired, and a section of wall exploded into dust and fragments. Stones that had stood for 1,000 years were smashed to rubble in an instant. Inside the city, people screamed. Some ran. Others prayed. The defenders on the walls took cover as best they could. The cannon could only fire 7 times a day. Each firing required hours to prepare. The barrel had to cool. New powder had to be measured. A new stone ball had to be loaded with cranes and pulleys. But 7 times a day, without fail, it fired. And each time, more of the wall came down. The smaller cannons fired more frequently. All day, every day, the bombardment continued. The noise was constant, maddening. People in Constantinople learned to live with it, the way one learns to live with chronic pain. It became the background to their lives, the sound of their city dying. But the defenders worked through the night, every night, repairing the damage, using rubble and timbers and barrels filled with earth, building makeshift barriers behind the broken sections. It was exhausting work, backbreaking, but if they stopped, if they rested, the Ottomans would pour through the gaps. Mehmed tried other approaches. He sent his fleet to attack the sea walls, but the Byzantines had stretched a great chain across the mouth of the Golden Horn. The Ottoman ships could not enter. They tried to break the chain, failed. The harbour remained secure. He sent sappers to dig tunnels under the walls. mines that could be filled with explosives and collapsed, bringing down sections of wall from below. But the defenders had their own mining experts, a Scottish engineer named John Grant. He dug counter-tunnels, found the Ottoman mines and destroyed them. A war beneath the earth, in darkness, as brutal as the fighting above. Mehmed ordered direct assaults. Waves of soldiers charging the walls with ladders. They were met with arrows, rocks, boiling oil, Greek fire, the ancient incendiary weapon that burned even on water. The assaults failed. Ottoman bodies piled up at the base of the walls. The defenders held. Days became weeks. Weeks became a month. The city was surrounded, cut off, but it had not fallen. In the Ottoman camp, some commanders began to whisper. Perhaps this was another failed siege. Perhaps Constantinople was truly impregnable. Perhaps they should withdraw before the West sent reinforcements. Mehmed heard these whispers. He silenced them. He would not withdraw. He would take this city or die trying. He ordered the bombardment intensified. He planned a final, massive assault. Everything would be committed. If it failed, then yes, they would withdraw. But he did not believe it would fail. He had one more trick, one more surprise for the defenders. The harbour was blocked. The chain could not be broken, so Mehmed would go around it. Behind the hills north of the city, his engineers built a road, a wooden roadway, greased with animal fat and soap, and over this road, at night, Ottoman sailors dragged their ships, pulled them out of the Bosphorus, hauled them over the hill, and lowered them into the Golden Horn behind the chain. It took all night. 70 ships. By dawn, the defenders on the sea walls looked out and saw Ottoman vessels inside the harbour. Sails raised, flags flying. The impossible had happened. Now Constantinople was threatened from two sides. The defenders had to split their already thin forces, man the sea walls as well as the land walls. The noose tightened further. Inside the city, despair grew. Food was running low. Ammunition nearly exhausted. The population was exhausted from weeks of terror and sleepless nights. Some wanted to negotiate, offer tribute, accept vassalage, anything to end this nightmare. But Constantine refused. He would not surrender. This was the city of his ancestors, the new Rome. It would stand or it would fall, but it would not submit. Mehmed set the date for the final assault. May 29th. He gave his troops 3 days to rest and prepare. Then they would attack with everything. Every soldier, every weapon. One overwhelming push. On the night of May 28th, Constantinople held a final religious procession. Icons were carried through the streets. The entire population, those who could walk, followed, chanting prayers, singing hymns, Greek and Latin together. Orthodox and Catholic united in their last hours. They processed to the Hagia Sophia, filled the great church, prayed to God and the Virgin for deliverance. Constantine spoke to his commanders. He thanked them, told them he was honored to die beside them, asked them to forgive him for bringing them to this end. Grown men wept. Then he went to his palace, put on his armor, removed all insignia of rank. He would die as a soldier, not as an emperor. Anonymous among the defenders. A final act of humility. In the Ottoman camp, Mehmed addressed his army. He promised them 3 days of plunder if they took the city. Everything in Constantinople would be theirs. Wealth, slaves, glory. This was Islamic law. A city that refused to surrender could be sacked. He was offering his soldiers the richest prize in the world. The army roared its approval. 80,000 voices. They would take the city. Nothing could stop them now. The assault began before dawn on May 29th. In darkness, the first waves attacked. Irregular troops, lightly armed. They were meant to exhaust the defenders, wear them down, fill the moats with their bodies if necessary, making bridges for those who came after. They charged the walls, screaming, met a storm of arrows and stones. Hundreds died in the first minutes, but they kept coming, wave after wave. The defenders fought desperately, killed hundreds, thousands, but they were so few, so tired. They had been fighting for 53 days without rest. As dawn broke, Mehmed sent in his regular troops. Better armed, better trained. They attacked with discipline, used the ladders more effectively. Some reached the top of the walls, hand to hand, fighting on the battlements. Swords ringing, men falling to their deaths on both sides. Then came the Janissaries, the elite, fresh and eager. They poured toward the walls like a flood, and at that moment, disaster struck the defenders. A small gate, the Kirkaporta, had been left unlocked. Some say it was deliberate, treachery. Others say it was simply overlooked in the chaos. Either way, Ottoman soldiers found it, poured through, got inside the walls. At almost the same moment, the Genoese commander, Giovanni Giustiniani, was wounded. Seriously. He had been the heart of the defense, leading men, inspiring courage. When he was carried away to be treated, the defenders' spirits broke. The Janissaries reached the top of the walls, planted their banners. More and more Ottoman soldiers climbed up. The defenders began to retreat, to flee. Constantine saw his city falling. He discarded his imperial cloak, drew his sword, and charged into the melee, fighting like a common soldier, seeking death in battle rather than capture. He found it, cut down in the press of combat, his body lost among the thousands of dead. The last Roman emperor died defending Rome's last city. Anonymous, heroic, futile. By mid-morning, it was over. Ottoman soldiers poured through the streets. The 3 days of plunder began. Churches were ransacked, houses looted, women and children taken as slaves. The Hagia Sophia, filled with refugees seeking sanctuary, was emptied. The great altar stripped of its treasures. Mehmed entered the city in the afternoon. He rode slowly through the streets, observing, taking it in. When he reached the Hagia Sophia, he dismounted, entered on foot, a gesture of respect. Inside, he looked up at the great dome, the mosaics, the marble columns brought from across the ancient world. He called for an imam, and there, in the church built by Justinian 900 years before, the call to prayer was given. The Hagia Sophia became a mosque. Mehmed was 21 years old. He had conquered the unconquerable city, achieved what generations of sultans had dreamed of. The Byzantine Empire was finished. The Ottoman Empire would take its place. They would call him Mehmed the Conqueror, Mehmed Fatih. The title would define him for all time. Everything else he accomplished, and he would accomplish much, would be secondary to this. The boy who took Constantinople, the Sultan who ended Rome, the city that had stood for 1100 years had fallen in 53 days. The age of Byzantium was over. The age of the Ottomans had truly begun. Chapter 5. The Golden Age. Selim and Suleiman. After Mehmed the Conqueror died in 1481, the empire passed through several capable but unremarkable rulers. His son Bayezid II, then Bayezid's son Selim. Each added territory. Each maintained the institutions. But none achieved the transformative victories of Mehmed, until Selim I took power in 1512. Selim was not supposed to be sultan. He was not the eldest son, not the favoured heir, but he was the most ruthless, the most determined, and in the brutal world of Ottoman succession, these qualities mattered more than birth order. He forced his father to abdicate, threatened civil war if Bayezid did not step down. The old sultan, tired and sick, agreed. He retired to spend his final days in peace. He died shortly after. Some say of natural causes, others whisper of poison. Selim took the throne. Then he did something that shocked even the Ottoman court, accustomed as it was to violence. He had all his brothers killed, every single one, and he had his nephews killed too. Every male relative who might challenge his rule. In a single purge, he eliminated all potential rivals. It was brutal, horrifying, but from Selim's perspective, necessary. The interregnum was still in living memory, the civil war that had nearly destroyed the empire. Selim would not allow that to happen again. There would be one sultan, one ruler, no rivals, no alternatives. They called him Yavuz, the grim, the stern, the resolute. All these translations try to capture something of his character. hard, uncompromising, focused on power above all else. He was not a builder like his grandfather Mehmed, not a patron of arts and culture. He was a warrior, a conqueror, and he saw threats to the empire that others had ignored. To the east lay Persia, the Safavid Empire, ruled by Shah Ismail I, a charismatic leader who had united Persia under a new dynasty. But more than that, Ismail was promoting a different form of Islam, Shia Islam, as opposed to the Sunni Islam of the Ottomans. This religious difference might seem like a minor theological dispute to modern ears, but in the 16th century, it was explosive. More than theology was at stake: political loyalty, identity, the very structure of society. Ismail was sending missionaries into Anatolia, converting Ottoman subjects to Shia beliefs, creating a fifth column inside the empire. Tribes in eastern Anatolia were rebelling, declaring loyalty to the Shah instead of the Sultan. Selim saw this as an existential threat. If Anatolia fell to Shia influence, the Ottoman Empire would be cut in half. Istanbul would be separated from the eastern provinces. The empire would collapse. So in 1514, Selim marched east, with an army of perhaps 60,000 men, across the Anatolian plateau, through harsh terrain, toward a confrontation with Shah Ismail. The two armies met at Chaldiran, in what is now northwestern Iran, August 23, 1514. High summer in the mountains, the air thin and clear. Ismail had a smaller force, perhaps 40,000 men, but they were formidable. Persian cavalry, mounted archers, warriors who had conquered Persia and seemed invincible. The Shah himself led them, young and confident, dressed in brilliant armor. The battle would hinge on a single question: could Persian cavalry defeat Ottoman gunpowder weapons? Selim had learned the lessons of military modernization. His army included thousands of janissaries armed with muskets, and he had cannons, lots of cannons, pulled by oxen across the mountains at great effort. Positioned carefully on the field, the Persian cavalry charged. Brave, magnificent, doomed. The cannons fired. Chain shot and cannonballs tore through the charging horsemen. Men and horses fell in heaps. The survivors pressed on, reaching the Ottoman lines. There they met disciplined volleys of musket fire. More fell. Some Persians broke through, engaged in hand-to-hand combat. For a time, the outcome was uncertain. The Shah fought personally, leading his men with reckless courage. But the firepower was too much. The Ottomans had too many guns, too much ammunition. The Persian cavalry, the finest in Asia, could not overcome modern weapons. By afternoon, Ismail's army was broken, fleeing the field. The Shah himself barely escaped. He left behind his wives, his harem, his treasure, his dignity. Selim's forces captured the Persian camp, looted it thoroughly. Among the items taken was Ismail's favorite wife, and his entire harem, a deep humiliation for the Shah. Selim pushed forward, occupied the Persian capital of Tabriz, but he could not hold it. His janissaries, exhausted from the campaign, refused to go further. They wanted to return home. Even Selim, ruthless as he was, could not force them to continue. He had to withdraw. But the victory was decisive. Ismail never recovered his confidence. He fell into depression, turned to alcohol, withdrew from active governance. The Shia missionary activity in Anatolia stopped. The rebellion collapsed. Selim had secured his eastern border. Now he turned south, toward an even richer prize. The Mamluk Sultanate controlled Egypt and Syria, a powerful state, wealthy beyond measure. Egypt's grain fed the Mediterranean. The trade routes from India and the Spice Islands passed through Mamluk territory. And most importantly, the Mamluks controlled the holy cities: Mecca, Medina, Jerusalem. The Mamluks were also Sunni Muslims. Technically, they should have been Ottoman allies, but Selim saw them as rivals. They claimed leadership of the Islamic world. They provided refuge to his enemies. They stood between the Ottomans and true dominance. In 1516, Selim marched south. Another campaign, another war. The two armies met at Majd Dabik, north of Aleppo, in what is now Syria. August 24th, 1516. Exactly 2 years and 1 day after Chaldiran. Perhaps Selim chose the date deliberately. Again, the question was cavalry against gunpowder. The Mamluks were perhaps the finest cavalry force in the world. Elite warriors, trained from childhood, veterans of countless battles, they had held off Mongol invasions. Crusader armies, they were proud, confident, sure of victory, and they were destroyed. The cannons roared, the muskets fired in volleys. The Mamluk cavalry charged again and again, and again and again they were cut down. The Mamluk Sultan himself died on the field, shot from his horse. The leadership collapsed. Syria fell to the Ottomans in a matter of weeks. Cities opened their gates. The Mamluk governors switched sides or fled. Selim pushed into Egypt. The remaining Mamluk forces tried to make a stand at Cairo. They failed. In January of 1517, Cairo fell. The last Mamluk Sultan was captured and hanged. Egypt, the breadbasket of the ancient world, the land of the pharaohs, the wealth of the Nile, all of it now belonged to the Ottomans. But Selim gained something even more valuable than territory. The Sharif of Mecca, guardian of the holy cities, recognized Selim as the protector of Islam. The Caliph, the successor to the Prophet Muhammad, was brought to Istanbul. The title and authority were transferred to the Ottoman sultans. Selim returned to Istanbul not just as a conqueror, but as the leader of the Islamic world. The Caliph, the servant of the two holy mosques. No Ottoman sultan before him had held such authority. No Muslim ruler since the Abbasids had combined political and religious power so completely. In 8 years, Selim had doubled the size of the empire. He had secured the eastern border against Persia. He had conquered the richest provinces in the Middle East. He had made Istanbul the center of the Islamic world. But the campaigns had taken their toll. Selim was not yet 50, but he looked much older. Exhausted, worn down by constant warfare. In September of 1520, on his way to another campaign, he fell ill. He died on the road back to Istanbul. His body was brought to the capital and buried with honor. He had ruled for only 8 years, but in those 8 years, he had transformed the Ottoman Empire from a regional power into a world empire. And he left it to his son, a young man of 26, intelligent, cultured, ambitious, a man who would take what his father had built and make it even greater. His name was Suleiman, and history would call him the Magnificent. The year is 1520. A new sultan sits on the throne in Istanbul, Suleiman I, young, untested, inheriting an empire at the peak of its power. The European powers watched nervously. Would this young sultan be another Selim, a warrior bent on endless conquest? Or would he be different? Perhaps more interested in administration than warfare. Perhaps someone they could negotiate with. They would get their answer quickly. Suleiman's first campaign was against Belgrade, the fortress city on the Danube, the gateway to Hungary. It had resisted Ottoman sieges before. Strong walls, good garrison, strategic position, but Suleiman wanted it. In 1521, he marched north with a massive army, perhaps 100,000 men. The siege began in summer. The defenders fought well, but the Ottoman cannons were relentless. Day after day, the bombardment continued. The walls crumbled. Breaches opened. After 3 weeks, Belgrade fell. The defenders were allowed to leave with their lives. The city became Ottoman. The road to Hungary lay open. The next year, 1522, Suleiman turned his attention to Rhodes, the island fortress of the Knights of Sontai. John, Christian warriors who had held the island for 2 centuries, they raided Ottoman shipping, sheltered pirates, were a constant thorn in the empire's side. Mehmed the Conqueror had tried to take Rhodes, failed. Now Suleiman would succeed where his great-grandfather had not. The siege lasted 6 months, December to June, winter through spring. The knights fought with desperate courage. They knew if they fell, there would be no mercy. Their entire order was at stake. The Ottomans attacked again and again, lost thousands of men, but they kept coming. More soldiers, more cannons, more ammunition. The island could not be resupplied. Slowly, inevitably, the defences weakened. Finally, The Grand Master of the Knights asked for terms. Suleiman granted them. The knights could leave, take their weapons, their banners, sail away in their ships. He would not slaughter them, despite the losses they had cost him. It was a gesture of magnanimity, of confidence. Suleiman could afford to be generous. The island was his. The knights would find another home, eventually Malta. But Rhodes belonged to the Ottomans now. 2 major victories in 2 years. Belgrade and Rhodes. The Christian powers of Europe began to realize this young sultan was more dangerous than his father. Selim had looked east and south. Suleiman was looking west, toward the heart of Europe. In 1526, Suleiman invaded Hungary. The Hungarian kingdom was large but divided. Weak leadership. Internal conflicts. They could not present a united front against the Ottoman invasion. The 2 armies met at Mohacs, August 29th, 1526. The Hungarian king, Louis II, was young, just 20 years old, inexperienced. He had perhaps 25,000 men, against an Ottoman force 3 times that size. The battle lasted 2 hours. 2 hours. That was all it took for the Ottoman army to destroy Hungarian resistance. The king died, trying to escape, drowned in a stream, weighed down by his armor. Most of his nobles died on the field. Hungary ceased to exist as an independent kingdom. The central portion became an Ottoman province. The western part fell under Habsburg control. The eastern region became a semi-independent principality, paying tribute to the Sultan. Central Europe was shocked. Hungary had been a major Christian kingdom, a bulwark against Ottoman expansion, and it had fallen in a single afternoon. Suleiman was not finished. He wanted more. He wanted Vienna, the Habsburg capital, the seat of the Holy Roman Empire. If Vienna fell, all of Central Europe would be open to Ottoman conquest. In 1529, Suleiman marched his army toward Vienna. It was late in the campaigning season, summer turning to autumn, but Suleiman was confident. He had taken Belgrade, Rhodes, Hungary. Why not Vienna? The siege began in September, but this time, things were different. Vienna was not isolated like Rhodes, not divided like Hungary. The Holy Roman Emperor had concentrated forces there. German and Spanish troops, the best engineers money could hire, strong walls, well supplied, and the weather turned. Rain, then snow. Early winter, the roads became mud. Ottoman supply wagons got stuck. The cannons, those massive weapons that had broken so many walls, could not be moved into position properly. The garrison fought with determination. They knew if Vienna fell, all of Europe might follow. Every assault was repelled. Every mine was countered. The walls held. After 3 weeks, Suleiman made a decision. Withdraw. Winter was coming. His army was exhausted. Supply lines were stretched. This was not the time or place. The Ottomans lifted the siege and marched back south. It was not a defeat, exactly, but it was a failure. Vienna had held. The high water mark of Ottoman expansion in Europe had been reached. Suleiman would try again 3 years later, in 1532. Another massive army. Another march toward Vienna. But again, logistical problems prevented a proper siege. The Ottomans raided the countryside but did not seriously threaten the city. They withdrew again. Vienna would never fall to the Ottomans. It would remain the limit, the point they could not pass. But everywhere else, Ottoman power seemed overwhelming. In the Mediterranean, Ottoman fleets dominated. Under the command of Barbarossa, a former pirate who became an admiral, the Ottoman navy swept Christian ships from the sea. Algiers fell to Ottoman control in 1529. Tunis in 1534. The entire North African coast became Ottoman. In the east, Suleiman fought several campaigns against Persia. The Safavids had recovered some strength after their defeat at Chaldiran. Border wars flared repeatedly. Baghdad changed hands several times. Neither side could deliver a knockout blow. But the Ottomans generally had the advantage. By 1535, the Ottoman Empire was at its maximum extent. It stretched from Budapest to Baghdad, from Algiers to the Persian Gulf, from the Crimea to Yemen. 3 continents, dozens of cultures, hundreds of cities, millions of subjects. Suleiman ruled over perhaps 15 million people. The empire's annual revenue exceeded that of any European state. The army was the largest and best equipped in the world. The navy controlled the Mediterranean and the Red Sea. This was the apex, the peak of Ottoman power. Never again would the empire be so strong, so rich, so dominant. Everything that came after would be, in some sense, decline. Slow at first, barely noticeable, but irreversible. But Suleiman did not know this. He still had decades left to rule, and he would spend those decades not just as a conqueror, but as a lawgiver, a builder, a patron of the arts, making his empire not just powerful, but civilized. Not just large, but great. The age of conquests was passing. The age of culture was beginning. Walk through Istanbul in the year 1550, mid-16th century. The city that Mehmed conquered has been transformed. It is no longer Byzantine, no longer Christian. It is Ottoman. It is Islamic, but it is also cosmopolitan, international, a meeting place of civilizations. The population has grown to perhaps 500,000, one of the largest cities in the world, larger than London, larger than Paris, rivaling Cairo and only exceeded by a few cities in China and India. The skyline is dominated by mosques, new ones, built in the Ottoman style, domes and minarets. The Hagia Sophia is still there, of course, but now as a mosque, and newer structures rise to complement it. The Shehzad Mosque, the Suleymaniye Mosque, each one a statement in stone. We are here. We are powerful. We will endure. These mosques were designed by one man, Mimar Sinan, perhaps the greatest architect in Islamic history. Some compare him to Michelangelo, his contemporary in Italy. Both men worked for powerful rulers. Both created monuments that defined their age. Sinan was a janissary, taken as a boy through the Devshirme system, converted to Islam. Trained as an engineer, he worked on military campaigns, building bridges and fortifications. His talent was recognized. He was appointed chief imperial architect in 1538. For the next 50 years, 5 decades, he designed over 300 structures, mosques, bridges, aqueducts, hospitals, schools, bathhouses. Across the empire, from Budapest to Baghdad, Sinan's buildings rose. His masterpiece was the Suleymaniye Mosque in Istanbul, built between 1550 and 1557. Commissioned by Suleiman as both a house of worship and a monument to his reign. Stand inside the Suleymaniye and look up. The dome seems to float, supported by half-domes and arches in a complex geometry that appears effortless. Light streams through hundreds of windows. The space is vast but not overwhelming, harmonious, balanced, perfect proportions that please the eye without conscious thought. Sinan studied the Hagia Sophia carefully, learned from it, then surpassed it. The Suleymaniye is larger, more ambitious in its structural design, and it has never needed major repairs. After nearly 500 years, it stands exactly as Sinan built it, a testament to his engineering genius. The mosque is surrounded by a complex, a kuliye, schools for children, a hospital, a soup kitchen feeding the poor, a caravanserai for travelers, all integrated into a single architectural vision. The mosque is not just a place of worship, it is the center of a community, a statement about how society should function. This pattern repeated across the empire. Every major city received mosques and kuliyas. Ottoman architecture became synonymous with domes and minarets, a visual language that spread across 3 continents. But architecture was only one aspect of the cultural flowering. Inside the palaces and mansions, other arts thrived. Ottoman miniature painting reached its peak. Tiny, intricate illustrations in manuscripts. Court scenes, battle scenes, portraits of sultans and their courtiers. The colors were brilliant. Gold leaf, lapis lazuli, vermilion. Each painting took weeks or months to complete. Master artists trained apprentices in workshops. Techniques were refined and passed down. Calligraphy was considered the highest art form. The Arabic script, with its flowing lines and elegant curves, was turned into visual poetry. Quranic verses, imperial decrees, poetry, all written by master calligraphers whose work was valued as highly as any painting. The Ottomans developed distinctive calligraphic styles. The tugra, the Sultan's monogram, became an art form in itself. Suleiman's tugra was particularly elaborate, a complex interlacing of letters spelling out his name and titles. It appeared on all official documents. A signature, a seal, a work of art. Ceramics from Iznik became famous throughout the world. The potters there developed a unique style. White background, brilliant blue, turquoise, and red glazes, floral patterns, tulips, carnations, hyacinths, roses, the four flowers that symbolized Ottoman aesthetic preferences. Iznik tiles covered the walls of mosques and palaces. Thousands upon thousands of tiles, each one hand-painted, together forming vast fields of color and pattern. Walking through an Ottoman mosque is like walking through a garden frozen in ceramic. Textiles and carpets were equally renowned. Ottoman silk velvets, intricate patterns in deep colors, gold and silver thread woven into the fabric. These were luxury goods traded across Europe. Wealthy Venetians and Florentines prized Ottoman textiles. Some Renaissance paintings show European nobles wearing Turkish-style garments. Carpets from Turkey became synonymous with quality. Geometric patterns, rich reds and blues, made by hand, one knot at a time. A large carpet could take months or years to complete. They were exported to Europe, where they were too valuable to walk on. Instead, they were draped over tables or hung on walls. Poetry flourished in multiple languages: Turkish, Persian, Arabic. Suleiman himself wrote poetry under the pen name Muhibbi, the lover. His poems were conventional in form, but sincere in feeling. Love poetry, religious poetry, meditations on power and mortality. The Sultan, the most powerful man in the world, spent his evenings writing verses about longing and loss. This was the Ottoman ideal: the warrior who is also a poet, the ruler who understands both the sword and the pen. Music filled the palaces and the streets. The meta, the military band, played martial music, drums and cymbals and horns, the sound that accompanied armies into battle. But there was also classical Ottoman music, sophisticated, complex, using modes and rhythms unfamiliar to European ears. Instruments like the oud, the ney, the kanun, musicians who trained for decades to master their art. Science and learning were encouraged. The Observatory of Istanbul was founded. Astronomers studied the stars. Mathematicians worked on algebra and geometry. Physicians translated Greek and Arabic medical texts, added their own observations. The palace hospital was among the most advanced in the world. The empire's universities, the madrasas, taught theology and law, but also philosophy, logic, rhetoric. Students came from across the Islamic world to study in Istanbul. The city was a center of learning as well as power. All of this, the architecture, the art, the poetry, the science, was supported by wealth, enormous wealth. The empire's treasury overflowed. Trade routes funneled riches into Istanbul, taxes from millions of subjects, tribute from vassal states, the spoils of conquest. Suleiman spent lavishly on cultural projects. He understood that an empire needed more than military might. It needed to inspire, to create, to leave behind monuments that would outlast any individual ruler. And it worked. The 16th century Ottoman Empire was not just a military power, it was a civilization, a culture, a way of life that influenced everyone who encountered it. From the Balkans to the Arab world, Ottoman culture set the standard. Architecture, fashion, cuisine, music, all spread outward from Istanbul. This was the Golden Age, when the empire was not just strong but sophisticated, not just large but magnificent, when Ottoman and excellence were synonymous. Suleiman ruled until 1566, 46 years on the throne, longer than most monarchs dream of. He died while on campaign in Hungary, an old man, still leading his armies at age 72. His body was brought back to Istanbul and buried in a tomb beside the Süleymaniye Mosque, next to his wife Hürrem. Together in death, as they had been in life. His reign was the pinnacle. Everything after would be measured against Suleiman, and nothing would quite measure up. The golden age was over. The long, slow decline was about to begin. Chapter 6. The System. How the Empire Worked. To understand the Ottoman Empire at its height, we must look beyond the sultans and the battles. We must look at the systems that made it work, the institutions that turned conquest into governance, the mechanisms that transformed a warrior state into a functioning empire. One of the most remarkable and most controversial was the devshirme, the child levy, a system unique to the Ottomans. Nothing quite like it existed anywhere else in the medieval world. Every few years, agents of the Sultan would travel through the Christian villages of the Balkans, through Serbia, Bulgaria, Bosnia, Albania, Greece. They came with lists, quotas, instructions. They were looking for boys, Christian boys between the ages of 8 and 18, the brightest, the strongest, the most promising. From each village, they would select one or two, sometimes more, depending on the population. Imagine being a parent in such a village. You hear the Sultan's agents are coming. You know what this means. They will take your son, convert him to Islam. You will likely never see him again. He will become Ottoman, a stranger to his birth family, lost to you forever. Some families hid their sons, sent them to the mountains until the agents passed. Others, and this is harder to understand, some actually volunteered their boys, put them forward, hoped they would be selected. Why? Because the devshirme, for all its cruelty, was also an opportunity, a path to power that existed nowhere else in the world. A Christian peasant boy, with no money, no connections, no aristocratic blood, could rise to the very highest positions in the Ottoman Empire, could become a general, a governor, even the Grand Vizier, second only to the Sultan himself. The boys who were selected were taken from their villages, formed into groups, marched to Istanbul or other Ottoman cities. The journey itself was traumatic. Days or weeks of travel, away from everything familiar, toward an unknown future. In Istanbul, they were examined, sorted. The process was methodical, almost scientific. Intelligence, physical ability, character, temperament, everything was assessed. The most promising, perhaps 1 in 10, were sent to the palace school, the Enderun, inside the Topkapi Palace. This was an elite institution, the finest education available in the empire, perhaps in the world. Here, they learned Turkish, Arabic, Persian, the 3 languages of Ottoman administration. They studied the Quran, Islamic law, history, geography, mathematics, calligraphy, music, poetry, horsemanship, archery, swordsmanship. The education lasted years, a decade or more. The boys became young men. They were no longer Christian, but Muslim, no longer Slavic or Greek, but Ottoman. Their birth identities were stripped away, replaced with new ones. They became members of a new class, the Kapikalu, the slaves of the port. But this slavery was unlike any other. These were not labourers, not servants in the ordinary sense. They were the ruling class, the administrative and military elite of the empire. From the palace school, the best graduates entered the Sultan's personal service. They became pages, then secretaries, then officials in the imperial bureaucracy. They could rise to become provincial governors, ministers of state, members of the imperial council. Some became beylerbey, governor-generals of entire regions, commanding armies, ruling over millions. All this despite being born as Christian peasants in obscure villages. The system was designed to create loyalty to the Sultan alone. These men owed everything to the Ottoman state. They had no family connections to rival nobles, no independent power base, no divided loyalties. They served the Sultan because the Sultan had made them what they were. And it worked. For centuries, the devshirme produced the most capable administrators in the empire, men who were chosen for ability, not birth, trained from youth for their roles, absolutely committed to the system that had elevated them. The other boys, those not selected for the palace school, had a different path. They were sent to Turkish families in Anatolia. Farmers, craftsmen, ordinary people. They lived with these families for several years, learned Turkish, learned the customs, were gradually introduced to Islam and Ottoman culture. Then, when they were old enough, they were inducted into the military. Most became janissaries, the elite infantry of the Ottoman army, the Sultan's personal troops. This was not a punishment. This was an honor. The janissaries were the best paid, best equipped soldiers in the empire. They had prestige, security, a lifelong career. In a world where most people lived in poverty, where famine and disease were constant threats, the janissaries had guaranteed salaries and pensions. A Christian family that lost a son to the devshirme lost a member of their household, lost labor for the farm, lost someone who would care for them in old age. This was real suffering, real loss. We should not minimize it. But that same son, if he succeeded in the Ottoman system, could send money back to his family, could protect them, could lift them out of poverty. Some devshirme recruits maintained connections with their birth families despite the religious and cultural gulf. There are accounts of Grand Viziers who quietly helped their Christian relatives, who ensured their home villages were protected, who sent gifts. Ibrahim Pasha, the Grand Vizier under Suleiman, was Greek, born in Parga. When he rose to power, his birth family benefited. This was technically forbidden, but it happened anyway. Human connections persisted despite the system's attempts to erase them. The devshirme was morally complex. By modern standards, it was clearly wrong. Taking children from their families, forced conversion, these violate basic human rights. No justification of opportunity can erase that fundamental violation. But by the standards of the time, it was unusual in a different way. Most empires were rigidly hierarchical. Birth determined destiny. Peasants stayed peasants. Nobles stayed nobles. Social mobility was nearly impossible. The Ottoman system, through the devshirme, created meritocracy. Imperfect, certainly. Brutal in its methods, but functional. It allowed talent to rise regardless of origin. It prevented the formation of a hereditary aristocracy that might challenge the Sultan's power. For 2 centuries, it worked. From the late 1400s through the 1600s, the devshirme provided the empire with its best administrators and soldiers. Men like Sokolu Mehmed Pasha, a Serb taken as a boy, who became Grand Vizier, who effectively ran the empire for 3 sultans, who was so capable that the empire prospered even when the sultans themselves were weak. But systems decay. Nothing lasts forever. By the late 1600s, the devshirme was falling apart. The janissaries had gained the right to marry. To pass their positions to their sons, the meritocratic principle was violated. Janissary units filled with men who had not been trained from youth, who lacked the discipline and skill of earlier generations. The palace school still functioned, but political connections mattered more than ability. The sons of existing officials found ways to enter. The system became corrupted by the very thing it was designed to prevent: hereditary privilege. By the early 1700s, the devshirme was rarely implemented. By the late 1700s, it had stopped entirely. The empire tried to find new ways to recruit administrators and soldiers. None worked as well. The devshirme was gone. And with it, one of the mechanisms that had made the Ottoman Empire so successful: the ability to draw talent from across the empire, to create a ruling class bound by loyalty to the state rather than family or ethnicity. It was an extraordinary system, unique in world history, morally troubling, functionally effective, and in its way, a window into how the Ottomans thought about power and governance. The empire was not a nation-state in the modern sense. It was a collection of peoples, Christians and Muslims, Turks and Arabs and Slavs and Greeks. It could not rely on shared ethnicity or language. So it created shared institutions, shared training, shared loyalty to the Sultan and the state. The devshirme was one such institution, and for a time, it worked. In the heart of Istanbul, near the old Byzantine hippodrome, stood barracks, long buildings, austere, functional. This was where the janissaries lived. The Yeni Teri, the new troops. They were called new because when they were formed, In the late 1300s, they represented something revolutionary. A standing army. Soldiers who served full-time, who were paid regular salaries, who did not go home after each campaign. In medieval Europe, armies were temporary. A king would call his vassals. They would bring their retainers, fight a campaign, then disperse. This made sustained warfare difficult, long sieges impossible, professional military skills hard to develop. The Ottomans created something different, a permanent military force, always ready, always trained, always loyal. The Janissaries were the core of this force. Infantry, armed with muskets and swords, organized into units called ortas. Each orta was like a regiment. It had its own barracks, its own officers, its own traditions and identity. Young men entered the Janissaries through the devshirme. They started as apprentices, a semi-oglan, learning the basics, drill, weapons handling, discipline. This training lasted years. Only when they had proven themselves did they become full Janissaries. The life was harsh. Discipline was absolute. Infractions were punished severely, but the rewards were substantial. Regular pay, bonuses after victories, pensions upon retirement. For men from poor backgrounds, this was security beyond anything their families had known. The Janissaries had distinctive uniforms, white felt hats, the bork, with a long piece of cloth hanging down the back, blue or red coats. They marched to music, the meta band, drums and cymbals and horns. The sound was meant to intimidate enemies, and it did. European armies feared the approaching sound of the meta. In battle, the Janissaries were formidable. They fought on foot, but their discipline made them deadly. They formed lines, fired in volleys. The front rank would fire, then kneel to reload while the second rank fired. Then the third, a continuous stream of musket fire that could shatter cavalry charges. At the siege of Constantinople, the Janissaries led the final assault. At Chaldiran, they broke the Persian cavalry with gunfire. At Mohacs, they destroyed the Hungarian army. Battle after battle, they proved their worth. But they were more than just soldiers. In peacetime, they served as police, firefighters, palace guards. They maintained order in Istanbul and other major cities, protected Christian and Jewish communities from mob violence, enforced the Sultan's laws. The Janissary unit was like a family, a brotherhood. Men lived together, ate together, fought together. They developed intense loyalty to their order, to their comrades. Many Janissaries never married, despite later being given that right. The unit was their family. They had their own rituals, their own traditions. The giant cauldron that each order used to cook pilav, rice, became a symbol. To overturn the cauldron was a sign of mutiny, of rebellion. It meant the Janissaries were refusing to accept the Sultan's orders. This happened more and more frequently as the centuries passed. In 1449, the Janissaries mutinied for the first time. They demanded higher pay. They got it. This set a pattern. Every new sultan had to pay the Janissaries a bonus, an accession gift. To secure their loyalty, slowly, the Janissaries transformed from servants of the sultan into a power unto themselves. They could make or break sultans. In 1618, they murdered Sultan Osman II, strangled him. Because he tried to create a new army to replace them, they became involved in politics, in palace intrigues. They took sides in succession disputes. Their support could determine who became sultan. This was the opposite of what the system was designed to do. The right to marry, granted in 1566, fundamentally changed the Janissaries. Once they could marry, they had families, children. They wanted to pass their positions to their sons. The meritocratic recruitment through devshirme was bypassed. Janissary units filled with men who had inherited their positions. These hereditary Janissaries lacked the training, the discipline, the skill. They were Janissaries in name only. They drew salaries but might never fight. Some were tradesmen, shopkeepers, who held Janissary status for the privileges it brought. By the 1800s, there were perhaps 400,000 registered Janissaries, but only a fraction were actual soldiers. The rest were paper tigers, names on rolls, drawing pay, providing nothing. When the empire went to war, the Janissaries were often useless. Or worse, they would refuse to fight, demand more money, threaten mutiny. They had become a liability instead of an asset. European armies had modernized. Prussia, Austria, Russia. They had professional armies with modern training, modern tactics. The Janissaries, clinging to outdated methods, could not compete. Ottoman defeats mounted. Territory was lost. The empire's military weakness became obvious. Reforming sultans tried to create new military units. Modern infantry trained in European methods. But the Janissaries saw this as a threat. They would riot, destroy the new units, kill the reformers. They preferred the empire to weaken rather than lose their privileged position. This could not continue. Everyone knew it. But the Janissaries were too powerful, too entrenched. They had existed for over 400 years. They were woven into the fabric of Ottoman society. How do you eliminate an institution so old, so powerful? Sultan Mahmud II found a way. In 1826, he set a trap. He announced new reforms, knew the Janissaries would rebel. And when they did, when they gathered in their barracks, when they overturned their cauldrons and demanded he rescind his orders, he was ready. Artillery, positioned around the Janissary barracks, loaded, aimed, waiting. When the Janissaries refused to disperse, the cannons fired. Into the barracks, into the crowds. Grape shot and cannonballs. Thousands died in minutes. Those who fled were hunted down. The survivors were arrested and executed. In a single day of blood, the Janissary corps was destroyed. The auspicious incident, they called it. Auspicious because it removed an obstacle to reform. Incident, because calling it a massacre would be too honest. The Janissaries had existed for nearly 500 years, from the 1400s to 1826. For much of that time, they were the best infantry in the world. The heart of Ottoman military power, the symbol of the empire's strength. But institutions, like empires, have life cycles: birth, growth, peak, decline, death. The Janissaries followed this arc, from revolutionary innovation to conservative obstruction, from the empire's greatest asset to its greatest liability. Their end was violent, necessary, perhaps, but also tragic, because the Janissaries, at their best, represented something remarkable. The idea that talent and training mattered more than birth, that a peasant boy could become an elite warrior, that loyalty and courage would be rewarded. That ideal died in the barracks fires of 1826. And with it, one more piece of what had made the Ottoman Empire great. The Ottoman Empire was not a nation. It was a collection of nations. Muslims and Christians, Turks and Arabs, Greeks and Armenians, Serbs and Bulgarians, Jews from Spain and Poland, Kurds, Albanians, dozens of ethnic groups, multiple languages, 3 major religions, and countless smaller sects. How do you govern such diversity? How do you create order in what could easily become chaos? How do you prevent constant religious warfare? The Ottoman answer was the millet system, a way of organizing society not by ethnicity or geography, but by religion. Each major religious community became a millet, a semi-autonomous unit within the empire. The largest millet was the Muslim one. This was the ruling community. Turkish was the language of administration, though Arabic and Persian were also used. Islamic law, Sharia, governed personal matters, marriage, inheritance, family disputes, but there were also Christian millets. The Greek Orthodox millet was the largest. It included not just Greeks, but Bulgarians, Serbs, and other Orthodox Christians. The Patriarch of Constantinople was its leader, appointed by the Sultan, but given wide authority over his community. The Armenian millet governed Armenian Christians. The Jewish millet governed Jews. Later, as Catholic and Protestant communities grew, they too received millet status. Each millet had its own internal administration, its own courts for personal law, its own schools, its own tax collection. The religious leaders were responsible to the Sultan for keeping their communities in order, for ensuring taxes were paid, for preventing rebellion, In return, the communities had autonomy. Christians and Jews were not forced to convert, could practice their religion openly, could maintain their churches and synagogues, could educate their children in their own traditions. This was unusual. In much of medieval Europe, religious uniformity was enforced. Jews were expelled from Spain, from England, from France. Protestants and Catholics killed each other in wars that devastated Germany and France. Heretics were burned at the stake. The Ottoman Empire was more pragmatic. Religion mattered. Islam was privileged. Muslims paid lower taxes, had access to positions that Christians and Jews did not. This was clear discrimination, but it was not extermination, not forced conversion on a massive scale. The system worked because it aligned incentives. The religious leaders wanted to maintain their authority over their communities, so they had reasons to cooperate with the Ottoman state, to keep their people peaceful and productive. The Ottoman state wanted stability and tax revenue. It did not particularly care about the souls of its subjects. Convert them to Islam. Nice, but not essential. Keep them paying taxes and not rebelling. Essential. So a practical arrangement was reached. Communities could govern themselves in most matters. In exchange, they accepted Ottoman political authority, paid their taxes, provided soldiers when required, caused no trouble. Jewish communities thrived under this system. When Jews were expelled from Spain in 1492, the Ottoman Sultan Bayezid II welcomed them. Tens of thousands came. They settled in Istanbul, Salonika, and other cities, brought skills in trade, medicine, printing. The empire benefited from their knowledge. Christian communities had a more complex relationship with the state. They were the conquered population. Their lands had been taken, their churches converted to mosques or destroyed. There was resentment, nostalgia for the days before Ottoman rule. But there was also accommodation. Christian merchants grew wealthy through trade. Christian communities in remote areas were largely left alone. As long as taxes were paid, the Sultan's government did not much interfere with daily life. The millet system was not democracy. Religious leaders were not elected. Communities did not have civil rights in the modern sense. Christians and Jews were dhimmi, protected people, but also second-class subjects. They could not carry weapons openly, could not testify against Muslims in court, had to pay special taxes. But compared to the alternatives of the time, it was relatively tolerant. More Jews lived peacefully in the Ottoman Empire than anywhere in Christian Europe. Greek culture survived under Ottoman rule, while it might have been suppressed entirely under more aggressive conquerors. The system began to break down in the 19th century. Nationalism was rising in Europe. The idea that each people should have its own nation-state. Greeks, Serbs, Bulgarians. They did not want autonomy within a multi-ethnic empire. They wanted independence. Their own countries. The Ottoman government tried reforms. The TANZIMAT, granting equal citizenship to all subjects regardless of religion, ending the special taxes on Christians and Jews, creating a shared Ottoman identity. It failed, because by then, the identities were too strong, too separate. A Greek in Salonika did not want to be an Ottoman citizen. He wanted to be a Greek citizen of Greece. An Armenian did not want equality in the Ottoman Empire. He dreamed of an independent Armenia. The millet system, which had preserved these separate identities for centuries, made it impossible to create a unified Ottoman nation. The very structure that had maintained peace now made unity impossible. One by one, the Christian millets broke away. Greece gained independence in the 1820s. Serbia, Romania, Bulgaria in the 1870s. The Balkan Wars of 1912 and 13 stripped away most of the remaining European territories. What remained was a rump empire, mostly Muslim, mostly Turkish and Arab. The diversity that had characterized the Ottoman Empire for centuries was gone, and with it, the millet system lost its purpose. In 1923, when the Republic of Turkey was established, the millet system was officially abolished. Turkey would be a secular nation-state. Religion would be a private matter, not the basis of legal identity. But the legacy remained. In Lebanon, political power is still divided along religious lines, an echo of the millet system. In Israel, Religious courts still handle personal status law for different communities. The Ottoman past shapes the Middle Eastern present. The millet system was an experiment in governing diversity. For centuries, it succeeded. It allowed people of different faiths to coexist, not always peacefully, not as equals, but coexist nonetheless. In our own time of religious and ethnic conflict, perhaps there are lessons here, not to replicate the system. It had too many flaws, too many injustices, but to remember that diversity can be managed, that rigid uniformity is not the only way to maintain order, that empires, at their best, can be meeting places of cultures rather than machines of suppression. The Ottoman Empire governed more peoples, in more lands, for more centuries than almost any other state in history. The millet system was part of why, an imperfect answer to an eternal question. How do we live together when we are different? Chapter 7. Struggles and Stagnation. The year is 1683. Summer. The Ottoman Empire stands at a crossroads, though few realize it yet. The empire is still vast, still powerful, still feared across Europe and Asia. But something has changed, something subtle. The momentum has shifted. For 2 centuries, the Ottomans had expanded, conquest after conquest, victory after victory. Each generation of sultans pushed the borders further, from Anatolia into Europe, into the Arab lands. Across North Africa, the tree that Osman saw in his dream had grown to shade 3 continents. But now the growth had stopped. The borders had stabilized. And in some places, they were beginning to contract. Slowly at first, almost imperceptibly. But the direction was clear to those who looked carefully. The sultans after Suleiman were not his equal. Some were capable. Others were weak. Children raised in the palace, isolated from the world, suddenly thrust onto the throne. They relied on advisors, on the harem, on the janissaries. Power fragmented. The singular authority of the sultan eroded. Selim II, who ruled after Suleiman, was called Selim the Sot, the drunkard. He preferred wine to warfare, spent more time in his palace than on campaign. The conquest of Cyprus in 1570 was the last major territorial gain, and it was followed by a shocking defeat. The Battle of Lepanto, October 7th, 1571. The Ottoman navy, which had dominated the Mediterranean, faced a Christian coalition. Spain, Venice, the Papal States, the Knights of Malta, Don Juan of Austria, commanded the combined fleet. The battle was fought in the Gulf of Patras, near Lepanto. 212 Ottoman ships against 208 Christian vessels, tens of thousands of men. The largest naval battle since ancient times. The Ottomans lost, decisively. Over 200 ships sunk or captured. 30,000 dead or captured. The Christian fleet lost only 12 ships. It was a catastrophe. The psychological impact was enormous. The Ottomans were not invincible. Their navy could be beaten. Their expansion could be stopped. All across Europe, church bells rang. Celebrations erupted. The myth of Ottoman supremacy was shattered. The Ottomans rebuilt their fleet quickly. Within a year, they had replaced the lost ships. But something had changed. The Mediterranean was no longer an Ottoman lake. Spanish and Venetian ships could challenge them. The naval dominance was over. On land, the story was similar. The wars with Persia dragged on. Inconclusive. Expensive. Baghdad changed hands multiple times. Neither side could deliver a knockout blow. The border remained roughly where it had been under Suleiman. In Europe, the Habsburgs were growing stronger. Austria, Spain. They formed alliances, coordinated their defences. The days when Ottoman armies could march through the Balkans unopposed were fading. But in 1683, the Ottomans tried one more time. One last attempt to break through, to take Vienna, to open Central Europe to Ottoman conquest, to reclaim the glory days of Suleiman. The Grand Vizier, Kara Mustafa Pasha, assembled a massive army, perhaps 150,000 men, the largest force the Ottomans had fielded in decades. Cannons, supply wagons, engineers, everything needed for a major siege. They marched north through Hungary, through the Balkans. The logistics were staggering. Feeding and moving such a host required meticulous planning. Kara Mustafa was confident, ambitious. He believed Vienna would fall, that he would enter the city in triumph, that his name would be remembered alongside the greatest Ottoman conquerors. Vienna prepared. The emperor and most of the court fled, but the garrison remained, perhaps 15,000 soldiers. Under the command of Count Ernst Rüdiger von Starhemberg, they reinforced the walls, stockpiled supplies, sent urgent messages begging for help. The siege began in July. The Ottoman army surrounded the city, cut it off. The bombardment started. Day after day, cannons pounded the walls. Mining operations began. Tunnels dug under the fortifications, packed with explosives. The defenders fought desperately. Every breach was contested. Every mine was countered with a countermine. The summer heat was oppressive. Disease spread through the crowded city. Food ran low. But Vienna held. Weeks passed. August became September. Kara Mustafa grew frustrated. The city should have fallen by now. What was taking so long? He pressed his commanders, demanded results, ordered assault after assault. But help was coming. A relief army was being assembled. The Holy Roman Emperor had called on his allies. The princes of Germany sent troops. Bavaria, Saxony, Swabia, and most importantly, Poland sent its king, Jan Sobieski, with his famous winged hussars. By early September, the relief force numbered perhaps 70,000. They marched toward Vienna. On September 11th, they arrived at the Kahlenberg Heights overlooking the city. The next day, September 12th, 1683, they attacked. Down from the hills, into the Ottoman siege lines, the largest cavalry charge in history, 20,000 horsemen, led by Sobieski himself. The winged hussars with their distinctive armor, the feathers on their backs making them look like avenging angels. The impact was devastating. The Ottoman lines, stretched thin by months of siege, could not withstand the charge. Units broke, fled, panic spread. Kara Mustafa tried to rally his forces, failed. The discipline that had made Ottoman armies so formidable dissolved in chaos. By evening, the Ottomans were in full retreat, fleeing south, abandoning their camp, their cannons, their supplies, everything. The soldiers who had besieged Vienna for 2 months now ran for their lives, pursued by vengeful cavalry, cut down in their hundreds. Vienna was saved. The relief was complete. Sobieski entered the city as a hero. The grateful population cheered, rang church bells, gave thanks to God and the Polish king. For the Ottomans, it was disaster. The largest army they had assembled in a generation was destroyed, not in a pitched battle, but in a rout, a humiliating defeat. The dream of conquering Vienna was finished. The expansion into Europe was over. Kara Mustafa retreated to Belgrade. There, he was met by the Sultan's executioner, the bowstring, the traditional method for executing high officials. Strangled, his failure could not be forgiven. His head was sent to Istanbul in a velvet bag. But executing the Grand Vizier did not change the fundamental reality. The Ottoman Empire had reached its limit. Vienna marked the high water mark, the furthest extent of expansion. Everything after would be retreat. Slow at first, then faster, but always retreat. The Christian powers, sensing weakness, pressed their advantage. Austria, Poland, Venice, Russia, they formed the Holy League, a coalition dedicated to pushing the Ottomans back, to reclaiming the territories lost over the centuries. The Great Turkish War had begun. It would last 16 years. 16 years of defeats and losses, of territory surrendered, of the empire on the defensive for the first time in its history. The age of conquest was over. The age of survival had begun. But let us step back. Before the disaster at Vienna, before the long decline, there was a moment, brief and bright, when it seemed the empire might recover its strength, might halt the decay, might return to the glory days. This was the Köprülü era, named for a family of Grand Viziers who, for nearly 50 years, ran the empire with skill and determination. It began in 1656. The empire was in crisis. Weak sultans, corrupt officials, military defeats, financial chaos. The Janissaries were unruly. The provinces were in revolt. Venice had recaptured several Aegean islands. The situation seemed hopeless. The Sultan's mother, the Valide Sultan Turhan Hatice, held real power. She searched desperately for someone who could restore order. Someone competent, ruthless, willing to make hard decisions. She found Köprülü Mehmed Pasha. He was old, in his 70s, a veteran administrator, experienced, tough. He agreed to become Grand Vizier on one condition: absolute authority, complete freedom from interference, the power to execute anyone, no matter how well connected, if they threatened the state. The Valide Sultan agreed. She had no choice. The empire needed saving. Köprülü Mehmed took office like a whirlwind. He purged the administration. Corrupt officials were arrested. Some were executed. Others were exiled. Properties were confiscated. Within months, the bloated bureaucracy was streamlined. Fear replaced complacency. He reformed the military, enforced discipline among the Janissaries, executed mutinous officers. The message was clear: obey or die. There would be no more coddling, no more tolerating incompetence. The treasury was reorganized. Tax collection improved. Waste was eliminated. Money began flowing into Istanbul again, instead of disappearing into the pockets of provincial officials. Then Köprülü Mehmed turned to external threats. He crushed rebellions in Anatolia, restored order in the provinces, turned his attention to Venice. The war that had been going badly turned around. Ottoman forces regained lost territory. For 5 years, he governed with an iron hand. The empire stabilized. The bleeding stopped. When he died in 1661, he had pulled the empire back from the brink. His son, Köprülü Fazıl Ahmed, succeeded him as Grand Vizier. Younger, more energetic, he continued his father's policies: strong central authority, fiscal discipline, military reform. But he also resumed the offensive. The conquest of Crete, which had dragged on for decades, was completed in 1669. The island, which had been Venetian, became Ottoman. It was the last major territorial gain the empire would make. Köprülü Fazıl Ahmed also campaigned in Poland and Ukraine. Briefly, it seemed the old days of expansion had returned. Ottoman armies marched north. Fortresses fell. Territory was added. He served for 15 years. Until 1676. When he died, another Köprülü took his place. Then another. For nearly half a century, members of this family dominated Ottoman politics. They were not sultans, but they governed as if they were. The actual sultans were often weak, young, uninterested in administration, content to let the Köprülüs run things while they enjoyed palace luxuries. This was a problem, because capable as the Köprülüs were, they were not solving the fundamental issues. They were managing decline, not reversing it. They were competent administrators of a system that was becoming obsolete. Europe was changing. The scientific revolution was underway. New ideas about governance, about military organization, about economics. The Ottomans, under the Köprülüs, maintained traditional methods. What had worked in the 1500s? Efficient, yes, but not innovative. The military was still based on cavalry and the Janissaries. But European armies were developing new infantry tactics, better muskets, artillery that was more mobile and accurate. The balance of military power was shifting. The economy was based on agriculture and traditional crafts, but Europe was developing new industries, new trade networks. The discovery of the Americas had shifted global trade routes. Wealth that used to flow through Ottoman territories now went around them. The Köprülüs could not fix these problems. Perhaps no one could. They were too large, too structural. Reforming the military meant challenging the Janissaries. Economic reform meant disrupting established interests. Religious innovation was seen as heresy, so the Köprülüs did what they could. They maintained stability, prevented collapse, gave the empire a few more decades of functioning government, but they could not reverse the tide. When the last effective Köprülü died, the reprieve was over. The incompetence and corruption returned. The brief era of good governance ended, and the empire lurched toward the disaster at Vienna. We have already spoken of the Janissaries, of their creation, their glory. But now we must speak of their fall, because the story of the Janissaries' decline is, in many ways, the story of the empire's decline. It began subtly, small changes that seemed insignificant at the time. In 1566, Sultan Selim II granted Janissaries the right to marry. It seemed like a minor reform, a way to make the service more attractive, to keep experienced soldiers rather than losing them to retirement. But it fundamentally changed the nature of the corps. Once Janissaries could marry, they had families, sons, and naturally, they wanted their sons to have the same privileges they enjoyed: the secure salary, the prestige, the exemptions from certain taxes and laws. So sons of Janissaries began entering the corps, not through devshirme, not through the rigorous training. They simply inherited their father's positions, bought them, sometimes, or received them through political connections. These hereditary Janissaries had none of the training of the original recruits. They had not been raised in the system, had not spent years learning discipline and military skills. They were Janissaries in name only. By the 1700s, the majority of registered Janissaries had never been in the devshirme, had never seen serious combat. They were shopkeepers, artisans, ordinary townsmen who held Janissary status for the benefits it provided. They drew salaries, demanded bonuses, rioted if they did not get what they wanted. But when war came, they often refused to fight, or fought so poorly that they were useless. The actual fighting strength of the Janissary Corps declined even as its nominal size increased. On paper, there might be 100,000 Janissaries. In reality, perhaps 10,000 were effective soldiers. And those 10,000 were a problem. They had political power. They could riot, intimidate officials, depose sultans. In 1622, they murdered Sultan Osman II, strangled him with a bowstring, because he wanted to create a new army. After that, every sultan knew, cross the Janissaries at your peril. They could kill you. So reforms were postponed, delayed, abandoned. The Janissaries became untouchable, a state within the state. They opposed modernization. When sultans tried to introduce European military training, the Janissaries rioted, killed the foreign instructors, destroyed the new units. They preferred the empire to lose wars rather than lose their privileges. And the empire did lose wars. To Austria, to Russia, to Venice. Ottoman armies, once the terror of Europe, became a joke. Poorly trained, poorly equipped, poorly led. They lost battle after battle. The defeats were humiliating. Territory was lost. Tribute had to be paid. The empire's weakness became obvious to everyone. And still, the Janissaries resisted reform, clung to their outdated methods, opposed any change. By the early 1800s, the situation was unsustainable. The empire was dying. Everyone could see it. The sick man of Europe, as diplomats called it, waiting to be carved up by the great powers. Sultan Mahmud II understood. Either the Janissaries went, or the empire went. There was no middle ground. But how to eliminate an institution that had existed for 400 years? That had thousands of armed men in the capital. That could riot at any moment. Mahmud planned carefully, secretly. He created a new military unit, trained in modern methods, loyal to him personally. He positioned artillery around Istanbul, loaded and ready, waiting. Then, in June of 1826, he announced reforms to the Janissary Corps. Mandatory modern training, new organization, changes that would eliminate their privileges. The Janissaries responded as he knew they would. They rioted, gathered in their barracks, overturned their cauldrons. The traditional sign of rebellion, demanded the Sultan rescind his orders. Mahmud's response was simple. He declared them rebels, enemies of the state. And he gave the order. The artillery fired. Into the barracks, into the crowds, cannonballs and grape shot. The ancient wooden barracks caught fire. Janissaries trapped inside burned alive. Those who fled were hunted through the streets, cut down by loyal troops. Thousands died in a single day. perhaps 6,000, perhaps more. The exact number is unknown. The survivors were arrested, exiled, executed. The Janissary Corps was formally abolished, its property confiscated, its records burned. The auspicious incident. That is what it was called officially. Auspicious because it removed an obstacle to progress. But it was a massacre, a purge, the violent end to an institution that had helped build the empire and then nearly destroyed it. The Janissaries were gone, but the problems remained. The empire was still weak, still behind Europe, militarily and technologically. Eliminating the Janissaries was necessary, but it was not sufficient. The tree of empire, which had grown so tall and spread so wide, was diseased. Cutting off one rotten branch would not save it. The rot went deeper. The roots were failing, and the storms were coming. To the north, a new power was rising. Russia. For centuries, Russia had been weak, divided, conquered by the Mongols. But in the 1700s, under Peter the Great and Catherine the Great, Russia transformed, modernized, built a strong army and navy, expanded south and west, and the Russian expansion meant conflict with the Ottomans. Both empires claimed the same regions: the Black Sea coast, the Caucasus, the Balkans. As Russia grew stronger, the Ottomans grew weaker. Collision was inevitable. The wars began in the late 1600s, continued through the 1700s, into the 1800s. Each war followed a similar pattern: initial Ottoman resistance, then defeats, then a treaty that gave Russia more territory, more influence, more control over Ottoman affairs. The Treaty of Küçük-Kaynarca in 1774 was particularly damaging. Russia gained control of the northern Black Sea coast, gained the right to protect Orthodox Christians in the Ottoman Empire. This was a pretext for future interference, a wedge Russia would use to split the empire apart. In the Balkans, Russia encouraged Orthodox Christians to rebel. Serbs, Greeks, Bulgarians promised them support, liberation, independence. These uprisings were brutally suppressed by the Ottomans, but they kept happening, each one weakening the empire further, creating resentment and hatred that would last for generations. The Ottomans could not match Russian military power. Russian armies were larger, better trained, better equipped. Russian generals studied European warfare. Russian factories produced modern weapons. The Ottomans, still relying on traditional methods, were consistently outmatched. Each defeat eroded Ottoman prestige, emboldened enemies, encouraged further rebellions. The empire was trapped in a vicious cycle. Military weakness led to territorial losses. Territorial losses reduced revenue. Reduced revenue meant less money for the military. A weaker military led to more defeats. The great powers of Europe, Britain, France, Austria, watched this decline with mixed feelings. On one hand, they saw opportunities, territory to be claimed, influence to be gained. On the other hand, they feared Russian expansion. If the Ottoman Empire collapsed completely, Russia might dominate the Eastern Mediterranean. The balance of power would shift. So they propped up the Ottomans, gave loans, sent military advisors, diplomatic support, not out of charity, not out of friendship, but to maintain the balance. To prevent any one power from becoming too strong, the Ottomans became dependent on European support, on European goodwill. The empire that had once threatened Vienna now needed European help to survive. The reversal was complete, the humiliation profound. By the mid-1800s, everyone understood. The Ottoman Empire was dying. It might take decades, but the end was coming. The only question was, what would replace it? Who would claim its territories? How the collapse would be managed? The sick man of Europe lay on his deathbed. The relatives gathered around, waiting for the inheritance, arguing over who would get what. The patient lingered, refused to die. But recovery was impossible. The age of Ottoman greatness was over. The age of managed decline had begun. Chapter 8. Reform and Resistance. Sometimes, in the midst of decline, there comes a moment of unexpected beauty, a brief flowering before the final fall. For the Ottoman Empire, This moment came in the early 1700s, a period known as the Lale Devri, the tulip era. The name came from a flower, the tulip. In Ottoman culture, tulips symbolized paradise, perfection, the divine beauty of creation. During this period, they were everywhere. In gardens, on ceramics, in textile patterns, the elegant curve of the petals became the visual signature of an age. Sultan Ahmed III ruled from 1703 to 1730. He was not a warrior sultan, not a conqueror. He had seen the defeats, the losses, the humiliation at Vienna, and the wars that followed. He understood that the old ways were failing. But instead of despair, he chose something different. If the empire could not expand, perhaps it could refine itself, become more cultured, more sophisticated, create beauty instead of conquering territory. His Grand Vizier, Ibrahim Pasha, shared this vision. Together, they opened the empire to European influence, not military influence, not political, but cultural, artistic, intellectual. For the first time, Ottoman officials studied European languages seriously, French especially. French was the language of diplomacy, of culture, of the Enlightenment that was sweeping through Europe. Learning French meant accessing new ideas, new ways of thinking. The first Ottoman printing press was established in 1727. This was revolutionary. For centuries, the Islamic world had resisted printing. Calligraphy was sacred. The written word should be created by hand, by a trained scribe. Each copy of the Quran should be unique, beautiful, personal. But Ibrahim Pasha convinced the religious authorities to allow printing of non-religious texts, history books, dictionaries, maps, science. The press began operating. Books were produced in Istanbul for the first time. It seems like a small thing, but it was not. Printing meant knowledge could spread faster. Ideas could circulate more widely. The Ottoman elite could access information that had previously been locked away in rare manuscripts. It was a crack in the door, a glimpse of modernity. Architecture flourished. Not the monumental mosques of Sinan's era, but something different, lighter, more ornate. European Baroque influences mixed with Ottoman traditions. The result was buildings unlike anything seen before in Istanbul. Palaces along the Bosphorus, summer residences, pleasure pavilions, gardens with fountains and tulip beds. The elite moved away from the austere military culture of earlier centuries. They held poetry readings, musical performances, elaborate celebrations. The famous Tulip Festival became an annual event. At night, the gardens would be filled with tulips, thousands of them, and on the back of tortoises, small candles were placed. The tortoises wandered through the gardens, creating moving points of light among the flowers. Magic, ethereal, a scene from a dream. Critics said this was decadence, weakness. The empire should be preparing for war, not hosting garden parties. Resources spent on tulips should go to the army. The Sultan should be on campaign, not writing poetry. And perhaps they were right. Perhaps it was decadence. But it was also beautiful. And beauty, too, has value. Culture matters, not just military strength. The tulip era produced art and architecture that still moves people today. That still speaks to something in the human spirit. But it could not last. The common people of Istanbul did not attend the tulip festivals, did not live in the Baroque palaces. They lived in poverty, struggling to pay taxes, watching the elite enjoy luxuries while their own lives grew harder. Resentment built. The religious conservatives, the ulama, condemned the European influences. They saw moral decay, deviation from true Islamic principles. They preached against the innovations, against the printing press, against the mingling of Ottoman and European cultures. In 1730, rebellion erupted, a popular uprising, led by a janissary named Patrona Halil. Thousands of people stormed the palace, demanded the Sultan abdicate, demanded Ibrahim Pasha's head. Ahmed III, faced with armed revolt, surrendered. He abdicated in favor of his nephew. Ibrahim Pasha was arrested, executed. The rebels' demands were met. The tulip era ended in blood and chaos. The brief opening to European culture was closed. The conservatives reasserted control. The printing press fell silent for decades. The path of reform was abandoned. It was a tragedy, because the Tulip era showed what might have been possible. A gradual modernization, a synthesis of Ottoman tradition and European innovation, a soft landing instead of the hard collapse that would come. But the resistance to change was too strong, the vested interests too powerful, the fear of losing identity, of abandoning what made the empire Ottoman, too deep. So the door that had opened briefly now slammed shut, and the empire returned to its slow decline. The brief flowering was over. The long winter would continue. Half a century later, another sultan tried again. Selim III. He came to the throne in 1789. The same year the French Revolution began, a time of transformation and upheaval across the world. Selim was educated, cultured. He played music, composed songs, but he also understood the empire's desperate situation. The defeats at Russian hands, the loss of the Crimea, the growing weakness of Ottoman arms. He had watched his uncle and cousin rule, watched them fail to address the fundamental problems. He was determined to do better, to reform the empire before it was too late. His solution was the Nizami Cedid, the new order, a modern army trained in European methods, not to replace the Janissaries entirely, that would provoke rebellion, but to supplement them, to create an alternative force that could actually fight European armies. Selim hired European military advisors, French, mostly, experts in artillery, infantry tactics, fortification. They came to Istanbul and began training Ottoman recruits in modern warfare, drill, discipline, musketry, all the techniques that had made European armies so effective. The new army was equipped with modern weapons, imported from Europe or manufactured in new Ottoman factories, uniforms in the European style, organization modelled on French regiments, everything designed for efficiency and effectiveness. And it worked. The Nizami Cedid troops were competent, professional. When tested in small conflicts, they performed well, better than the Janissaries, better than the old provincial forces. They proved that Ottoman soldiers, with proper training and equipment, could match European standards. Selim also tried to reform the administration, reduce corruption, improve tax collection, modernize the navy, create new schools teaching mathematics, engineering, and European languages. He wanted to transform the entire empire, not just the military. But he faced opposition at every turn. The Janissaries saw the new army as a threat. If the Nizami Cedid succeeded, the Janissaries would become obsolete. Their privileges would disappear. So they opposed it, spread rumors, incited unrest. The ulama, the religious scholars, were suspicious of European influence. These foreign advisors, these foreign methods, were they not a corruption of Islamic principles, an abandonment of tradition? They preached against the reforms, called them innovations, bid'ah, a serious accusation in Islamic theology. Provincial governors resented central control. They had grown used to independence, to running their provinces as personal fiefdoms. Reform meant oversight, accountability, the loss of their power. So they resisted, dragged their feet, sabotaged implementation. Even ordinary people were uncertain. Change is frightening. The old ways might be failing, but they were familiar, comfortable. The new ways were strange, foreign. What if the reforms made things worse? Selim persisted for nearly 2 decades, slowly building his new army, gradually implementing reforms, but the opposition grew stronger, more organized, more dangerous. In 1807, the Janissaries revolted, not just in Istanbul, but across the empire. They had coordinated their rebellion, planned it carefully. They stormed the palace, demanded Selim abdicate, demanded the abolition of the Nizami Cedid. Selim, trapped, had no choice. He abdicated. His cousin Mustafa became sultan. The new army was disbanded. The reforms were reversed. Everything Selim had built was destroyed in days. But the Janissaries were not satisfied. They feared Selim might return to power, might try again. So in 1808, they killed him, strangled him in the palace. Another sultan murdered by the forces that were supposed to protect him. Selim III died at 48. His reforms died with him. The empire lost perhaps its last chance for gradual, peaceful modernization. The path of incremental change was closed. What remained was only violent upheaval or continued decay. Selim's tragedy was that he was right. Everything he warned about came true. The empire needed reform to survive, needed to modernize, needed to adapt to the changing world. But knowing what needs to be done and being able to do it are different things. Institutions resist change. Vested interests fight to preserve their privileges. People fear the unknown, and so reforms fail. Good intentions are crushed, visionaries are murdered, and empires decline. Selim's death taught a lesson. Reform could not be gradual, could not be negotiated. The Janissaries would never accept limits on their power. They would kill any sultan who tried. So the next reformer, Sultan Mahmud II, tried a different approach. Not negotiation, not gradual change. Sudden, violent, complete elimination. Mahmud became sultan in 1808, the same year Selim was murdered. He was 23 years old. He had watched his cousin die, had barely survived himself. The experience marked him, taught him that half measures would fail. But he was patient. He spent years preparing, building loyal forces, creating new military units outside Janissary control, positioning artillery, making alliances with religious leaders who supported reform, planning every detail. He knew he would have only one chance. If he failed, he would die. The empire would die with him. So he could not fail. The stakes were absolute. He waited until 1826. 18 years of preparation. Then he announced reforms to the Janissary Corps. Mandatory new training. European methods. Changes that would destroy their identity and privileges. As he expected, the Janissaries rebelled. They gathered at the Et Maidani, the parade ground. Tens of thousands of them. Armed, angry, ready to depose another sultan who dared challenge them. But this time, the sultan was ready. Artillery was positioned on the surrounding heights. Loaded, aimed. Loyal troops blocked the exits. The Janissaries were trapped in the parade ground. Mahmud gave them one chance to disperse. They refused, shouted defiance, demanded he withdraw his reforms. Mahmud gave the order. The cannons fired. Grape shot tore through the packed crowd. Men fell in heaps. The survivors tried to flee. Found the exits blocked. Tried to fight back. But they were trapped in a killing ground. The bombardment continued. Cannonball after cannonball. The parade ground became a slaughterhouse. Blood pooled in the dust. Thousands died in the first hour. Those who managed to escape were hunted through the streets. Loyal troops went door to door, searching for Janissaries, dragging them out, executing them in the streets. The purge was systematic, thorough, merciless. The Janissary barracks were set on fire. Ancient wooden structures that had stood for centuries burned. Janissaries trapped inside were burned alive. Their screams echoed through Istanbul. By nightfall, the Janissary Corps was destroyed. Perhaps 6,000 dead in the capital alone. Thousands more arrested, exiled, executed in the following days. The provincial Janissary units were dissolved, their property confiscated, their records destroyed. The institution that had existed for nearly 500 years was gone, erased in a single day of blood and fire. Mahmud called it the Vaka-i Hayriye, the auspicious incident. Auspicious because it removed the greatest obstacle to reform. The Janissaries had held the empire hostage for centuries. Now they were gone. The path forward was clear, but the cost was enormous. Not just the lives lost, though those numbered in the thousands, but the loss of institutional memory. The Janissaries, for all their faults, had centuries of military experience. That knowledge was now gone. And Mahmud had to build a new army from nothing, train new soldiers, create new units, establish new traditions, all while facing external threats. Russia, Egypt, Greece, enemies who saw Ottoman weakness and moved to exploit it. Mahmud succeeded, partially. He created a new army, the Asakir-i Manshuri Muhammadi, the victorious soldiers of Muhammad, trained in European methods, equipped with modern weapons, organized along European lines. He reformed the administration, ended the system of tax farming that had bred corruption, created new ministries modelled on European governments, established the first Ottoman census, the first official newspaper, the first postal system. He changed the dress code, banned the turban for officials, introduced the fez instead. A small thing, perhaps, but symbolic. A break with the past. A statement that the empire was modernizing, but he could not change everything. The religious establishment remained conservative. The provinces remained semi-independent. The economy remained agricultural and traditional. The gap between the Ottoman Empire and European powers continued to widen. When Mahmud died in 1839, he had pulled the empire back from immediate collapse, given it another few decades of life, but he had not reversed the decline, had not made the empire competitive with Europe, had not solved the fundamental problems. He was a transitional figure, destroying the old without fully creating the new. His reign was necessary, but not sufficient. The empire still needed more reform, deeper transformation, and it was running out of time. Chapter 9. The Tanzimat, Modernization Attempt. Picture the rose garden of the imperial palace. The Gulhan, November 3rd, 1839. A cool autumn morning. The air crisp and clear. Important men gathered. Ministers, ambassadors, religious leaders, military commanders, representatives from across the empire and beyond. They were there for a proclamation, the reading of an imperial edict. But this was not an ordinary decree. This was something different. A declaration that would reshape the empire, or try to. The document was called the Hat, the Sheriff of Gulhane, the noble edict of the Rose Garden. It was the beginning of the Tanzimat, the reorganization, an attempt to transform the Ottoman Empire from a medieval Islamic state into a modern constitutional monarchy. Sultan Abdulmesid I was only 16 years old. He had inherited the throne from his father, Mahmud II, just months earlier, too young to have written this edict himself. But his father's reformist ministers surrounded him, advised him, shaped policy. The foreign minister, Mustafa Reshid Pasha, read the decree aloud. His voice carried across the garden, each word carefully chosen, each phrase laden with meaning. The edict promised fundamental changes: security of life, honor, and property for all subjects. Regardless of religion, Christians and Jews would have the same legal protections as Muslims. No more arbitrary executions. No more confiscation of property without due process. Regular taxation based on income and wealth. No more tax farming. No more corruption where collectors took far more than they sent to the treasury. A fair system. Predictable. Rational. Public trials for criminal cases. Not secret proceedings. Not summary justice. Proper courts with proper procedures. The rule of law instead of the rule of men. Equality in military service. Christians could serve in the Ottoman army. Previously, they had been excluded, paid a tax instead. Now they could fight for the empire, become officers, prove their loyalty through service. These promises were revolutionary. They overturned centuries of Islamic law regarding non-Muslims. The dhimmi system, where Christians and Jews were protected but subordinate, was being abolished. In theory, at least, all subjects would be equal citizens. Osman Lila, Ottomans, the foreign ambassadors watched with approval. European governments had been pressuring the Ottomans to reform, to modernize, to treat Christians better. Now, finally, the empire was responding. This edict was what they wanted to hear. But others in the audience were less certain. The ulema, the religious scholars, sat in silence. Their faces betrayed nothing. But they were troubled. Islamic law was clear about the status of non-Muslims. They were dhimmi, protected people, but not equal, not the same as Muslims. This edict contradicted Sharia, or seemed to. How could an Islamic empire grant equal rights to Christians and Jews? What did this mean for the Sultan's role as caliph? As protector of Islam, if everyone was equal, What happened to Islamic identity? Provincial governors worried too. Equal rights meant oversight, central control. They could no longer rule their provinces as personal domains, could no longer tax arbitrarily, could no longer ignore orders from Istanbul. Their power was being curtailed, and the common Muslims of the empire, what would they think? They had been told for centuries that Islam was superior, that the empire was an Islamic state, that Muslims had privileges because of their faith. Now, they were being told everyone was equal. How would they react? The TANZIMAT reformers knew there would be resistance, but they believed they had no choice. The empire was falling further behind Europe every year, militarily, economically, technologically. Without fundamental reform, the empire would collapse. Better to change from within than be destroyed from without. The Gülhane Decree was only the beginning. Over the next 4 decades, a flood of reforms would follow. New laws, new institutions, new ways of organizing society, an attempt to rebuild the empire from the foundations up. But would it work? Could an ancient empire transform itself so fundamentally? Could it adopt European systems while maintaining Ottoman identity? Could it balance tradition and modernity, Islam and secularism, unity and diversity? The answers would unfold over the coming decades, and they would be mixed. Some reforms succeeded, others failed. The empire changed, certainly, but whether it changed enough or in the right ways remained an open question. In 1853, the Ottoman Empire found itself at war with Russia. Again, this was not surprising. They had fought before. Many times. The pattern was familiar. Russian expansion, Ottoman resistance, Russian victory, Ottoman concessions. But this time was different. This time, the Ottomans had allies. Britain, France, 2 of the greatest powers in Europe, fighting alongside the Ottomans against Russia. It was unprecedented. Why? Not out of love for the Ottomans, not out of respect for the Tanzimat reforms, but out of fear of Russia. The British and French did not want Russia controlling the Straits, the Bosphorus, the Dardanelles, did not want Russian warships in the Mediterranean, did not want Russia dominant in the Middle East. So when Russia invaded Ottoman territory, the principalities of Moldavia and Wallachia, modern Romania, Britain and France declared war, sent armies and fleets, turned a regional conflict into a major European war. The fighting centered on the Crimean Peninsula, the siege of Sevastopol, a Russian naval base. Allied forces, British, French, Ottoman, and some Sardinian troops laid siege to the fortress city. The siege lasted nearly a year. From October 1854 to September 1855, it was brutal. Modern weapons made killing easier than ever before. Rifles with greater range and accuracy, artillery that could destroy fortifications, naval bombardments from ironclad warships. Tens of thousands died in the trenches around Sevastopol. Disease killed even more than combat. Cholera, typhus, dysentery. The camps were filthy. Medical care was primitive. Wounded soldiers often died from infections that today would be easily treated. The death toll mounted into the hundreds of thousands. Florence Nightingale became famous for her work in the military hospitals. The lady with the lamp. She revolutionized nursing, established sanitary practices that saved countless lives. But even she could not prevent the massive casualties. Ottoman troops fought alongside their British and French allies. Some units performed well, showed courage and discipline. Others struggled. The gaps in training and equipment were obvious. Ottoman soldiers were brave, but bravery alone could not overcome superior organization and technology. When Sevastopol finally fell in September 1855, Russia was exhausted. They had lost hundreds of thousands of men. Their navy was destroyed. Their economy strained to breaking. They sued for peace. The Treaty of Paris, signed in March 1856, was supposed to be an Ottoman victory. Russia returned captured territory, gave up claims to protect Orthodox Christians in the Ottoman Empire, agreed to neutralize the Black Sea. No warships, no naval bases. A significant limitation on Russian power. The Ottoman Empire was formally admitted to the concert of Europe, the system of great powers that managed European affairs. recognized as an equal. As a legitimate member of the European state system, it was a diplomatic triumph. But the reality was more complex. The war had exposed Ottoman weakness. Yes, they had won, but only with massive help from Britain and France. Without that help, they would have lost. Everyone knew it, and the cost had been enormous. The Ottoman treasury was empty. The war had been financed by loans from European banks. Loans at high interest rates. The empire was now deeply in debt, dependent on European finance, dependent on European goodwill. The British and French used this leverage. They demanded more reforms, more privileges for their merchants, more influence in Ottoman affairs. The price of their support was Ottoman sovereignty, not formal colonization, but something close: economic domination, political interference. The Ottoman government had little choice but to agree. They needed European support against Russia, against nationalist rebellions in the Balkans, against their own financial insolvency. So they made concessions, granted privileges, allowed European powers to meddle in internal affairs. The Crimean War was a temporary reprieve. It bought time, prevented immediate Russian conquest, but it did not solve the fundamental problems. If anything, it made them worse. The empire was more dependent on Europe than ever, more in debt, more constrained in its freedom of action. And the nationalist movements in the Balkans, which the TANZIMAT reforms were supposed to diffuse, were growing stronger, not weaker. The promise of equality for all subjects was not enough. Christians in the Balkans did not want to be equal Ottomans. They wanted to be independent Greeks, or Serbs, or Bulgarians. The contradictions were deepening. The empire was trying to modernize while preserving tradition, to centralize while respecting local autonomy, to create Ottoman citizenship while subjects identified as Christians or Muslims first, to maintain independence while depending on European support. Something had to give. The tensions were unsustainable, and in the following decades, they would explode. The problem began with a question: what is an empire? And what is a nation? For centuries, the answer had been clear. An empire was a collection of different peoples under one ruler: Turks and Arabs, Greeks and Armenians, Muslims and Christians, all subjects of the Sultan, united by loyalty to the throne, not by shared ethnicity or language. But in the 19th century, a new idea spread across Europe: nationalism, the belief that each people should have its own state, that Germans should be ruled by Germans, that Italians should be ruled by Italians, that political boundaries should match ethnic and linguistic ones. This idea was poison to multi-ethnic empires. The Habsburg Empire struggled with it. The Russian Empire suppressed it brutally. And the Ottoman Empire, the most diverse of all, found it impossible to contain. The Greeks were first. They had never forgotten their Byzantine heritage, never fully accepted Ottoman rule. In 1821, they revolted, declared independence, fought a bitter war against Ottoman forces. The Ottoman response was harsh: massacres, reprisals. The island of Chios was devastated, thousands killed, thousands more sold into slavery. The violence shocked Europe. Byron wrote poetry about Greek freedom. European volunteers joined the Greek cause. In the end, Britain, France, and Russia intervened, supported Greek independence, not out of love for the Greeks, particularly, but to weaken the Ottomans, to expand their own influence. In 1830, Greece became independent, the first piece of the empire to break away permanently. Serbia followed, decades of uprisings and negotiations. By the 1860s, Serbia was effectively independent, still technically Ottoman, but in practice, autonomous, a separate state in all but name. Romania emerged from the principalities of Moldavia and Wallachia. The rulers there had always had semi-autonomous status. In 1862, they united, declared themselves Romania. By 1878, full independence was recognized. The pattern repeated. Each success inspired others. If the Greeks could be free, why not the Bulgarians? If the Serbs could have autonomy, why not the Armenians? The idea spread like fire through dry grass. The Ottoman government tried different approaches. Sometimes harsh repression, Military campaigns to crush rebellions, burn villages, intimidate populations into submission. This often worked in the short term, but created lasting resentment, fueled future uprisings. Other times, they tried concessions, autonomy, special privileges, promises of reform. The TANZIMAT reforms were partly designed to address this, give all subjects equal rights, make them want to stay Ottoman, but it did not work, because the nationalists did not want equality within the empire. They wanted separation from it. The Bulgarian uprising of 1876 was particularly significant, and particularly brutal. Bulgarian Christians rebelled against Ottoman rule. Ottoman irregular forces, the Bashu Bozuk, suppressed the uprising with extreme violence. Entire villages were massacred. Perhaps 15,000 people killed. Some estimates go higher. News of the massacres spread across Europe. Newspapers published accounts. Politicians gave speeches. Public opinion was outraged. The Bulgarian horrors became a cause célèbre. Gladstone in Britain wrote pamphlets condemning Ottoman barbarity, demanded intervention. Russia used this as pretext for war. The Russo-Turkish War of 1877 to 1878. Russian armies swept through the Balkans, defeated Ottoman forces repeatedly, advanced to within sight of Istanbul. The capital itself was threatened. Britain intervened diplomatically, prevented Russia from completely dismembering the empire. But the Treaty of San Stefano, and then the revised Treaty of Berlin, stripped away vast territories. Bulgaria gained autonomy. Serbia, Romania, and Montenegro gained full independence. Bosnia and Herzegovina were occupied by Austria-Hungary. Cyprus went to Britain. In a single stroke, the empire lost most of its European territory, lands that had been Ottoman for 400 years. Since the time of Murad and Bayezid, gone. The Balkans, the heartland of early Ottoman expansion, was almost entirely lost. Only a small strip remained. Eastern Thrace, the area around Istanbul, and even that was vulnerable, surrounded by hostile neighbours, dependent on great power politics for survival. The human cost was enormous. Millions of Muslims living in the Balkans became refugees, fleeing Christian rule, fleeing vengeance. They poured into what remained of Ottoman territory, into Anatolia, into the Arab provinces, hungry, desperate, traumatized. The Ottoman government struggled to accommodate them. There was not enough land, not enough food, not enough housing. The refugees settled wherever they could, in squalid camps, in overcrowded cities. Their suffering was immense, and they brought stories of massacres, of villages burned, of families torn apart. These stories fueled resentment, hardened attitudes, created desire for revenge. The cycle of violence and counter-violence intensified. Meanwhile, nationalism was spreading to other communities. Armenians in eastern Anatolia began organizing, creating political parties, demanding autonomy or independence. The Ottoman government saw this as an existential threat. If Armenia broke away, what would remain? The empire would be reduced to a Turkish rump state. The Armenian question would become increasingly violent in the following decades, leading to massacres in the 1890s, and ultimately, tragically, to genocide during World War I. But that horror still lay in the future. For now, in the 1880s, the empire was reeling, territory lost, populations displaced, nationalism spreading, finances in crisis. The Tanzimat reforms had not prevented any of this, had not created a shared Ottoman identity strong enough to overcome ethnic nationalism. The modernization attempt was failing, not because the reformers lacked vision or dedication, but because the forces arrayed against them were too strong. Nationalism, great power interference, economic underdevelopment, military weakness, religious conservatism, resistance to change. The empire was caught between worlds, no longer the medieval Islamic state of Suleiman's time, not yet a modern nation-state like those emerging in Europe, trapped in transition, weakening, fragmenting, dying slowly, and the worst was still to come. Chapter 10. Twilight of Empire. In 1876, a new sultan took the throne. Abdul Hamid II. He was 34 years old, intelligent, cautious, deeply suspicious of everyone around him. He would rule for 33 years, the second longest reign in Ottoman history after Suleiman. He inherited an empire in crisis, bankrupt, defeated by Russia, territory stripped away, nationalist rebellions spreading, European powers interfering constantly. The situation seemed hopeless. Abdul Hamid's response was to retreat into authoritarianism. The brief experiment with constitutional government, a parliament established just before his reign, was suspended indefinitely. He would rule as an absolute monarch. No parliament, no constitution, no limits on his power. His reasoning was simple. Democracy and constitutionalism were Western imports. They had not saved the empire, had not prevented defeat, had not stopped the loss of territory. So why continue the experiment? Better to return to traditional Ottoman autocracy, strong central authority, the Sultan as absolute ruler. But Abdul Hamid was not simply reactionary. He was paradoxical, suspicious of Western political ideas but enthusiastic about Western technology. He modernized the military with European weapons and training, built railways across the empire. The Hejaz Railway, connecting Damascus to Medina, was his pet project. A symbol of progress and religious devotion combined. He established a vast spy network, informers everywhere. In the government, in the military, in the streets of Istanbul, in provincial cities, no one could be trusted. Anyone might be plotting against him, so everyone had to be watched. He rarely left the palace. Yildiz Palace became his fortress. Surrounded by guards, isolated from the city, he governed from behind walls, receiving reports, giving orders, never showing himself in public. A ghostly presence, powerful but invisible, and he embraced his role as caliph, the religious leader of Sunni Islam. While the empire was losing territory, losing power, the caliphate remained. Muslims from India to Morocco recognized the Ottoman Sultan as the caliph. This gave him influence beyond the empire's shrinking borders. Abdul Hamid promoted pan-Islamism, the idea that all Muslims should unite under the caliph's leadership. This appealed to Muslims living under European colonial rule, in British India, in French North Africa, in Russian Central Asia. It suggested that even as the empire weakened politically, it remained strong spiritually. But this religious appeal came with a dark side. Abdul Hamid saw religious minorities, particularly Armenians, as potential traitors, fifth columns for European powers. The Armenian community was educated, prosperous, had connections to Europe, and increasingly, Armenian nationalists were demanding autonomy. In 1894 to 1896, massacres occurred. Armenian villages were attacked. Perhaps 100,000 to 300,000 died. The exact numbers are disputed, but the violence was widespread, systematic, and it came with the Sultan's implicit approval, if not his explicit orders. European powers protested. Newspapers reported atrocities. Public opinion was horrified. But no one intervened militarily. The massacres continued. Abdul Hamid calculated, correctly, that the Europeans would not go to war over Armenians. They would complain, but they would not act. This was the dark reality of Abdul Hamid's reign. Modernization and massacre existing side by side. Railways and repression. The telegraph and terror. He was trying to save the empire, but his methods often made things worse, created more enemies, more resentment, more reasons for people to want the empire destroyed. Inside the empire, opposition grew. Secret societies formed. The Young Turks. Educated Ottomans who wanted constitutional government, who believed Abdul Hamid's autocracy was the problem, not the solution. They met in secret, in Paris, in Geneva, in Salonika, planning, organizing, waiting for their moment. That moment would come in 1908. But for now, through the 1880s and 90s, Abdul Hamid held power, grim, determined, alone in his palace, trying to hold together an empire that was falling apart around him. He could not stop the decline, but he could slow it, give the empire a few more decades. A few more years. That was all he could do. And perhaps, in his mind, that was enough. Each day the empire survived was a victory. Each year without catastrophic defeat was a success. But the pressure was building. Inside and outside the empire, forces that could not be contained forever. The reckoning was coming. July 23rd, 1908. Salonika, a major city in Macedonia, still Ottoman, but barely, surrounded by hostile neighbors, full of refugees and competing nationalisms, Greek, Bulgarian, Serbian, Turkish, all living in uneasy proximity. In the military barracks, something extraordinary happened. Ottoman officers gathered, declared they would no longer obey the Sultan's government. They demanded the restoration of the constitution, the recall of parliament, the end of Abdul Hamid's autocracy. This was mutiny, rebellion, treason. The officers should have been arrested, executed, but instead, the rebellion spread. Other units joined. Within days, most of the Third Army Corps had defected. The local government collapsed. The revolutionaries controlled Salonika. Istanbul panicked. The Sultan could send loyal forces to suppress the rebellion. But could he trust them? Would they fight fellow Muslims, fellow officers, or would they join the mutiny? The risk was too great. Abdul Hamid, the master of survival, saw he had no choice. On July 24th, he announced the restoration of the constitution. The parliament would be recalled. Elections would be held. He capitulated completely, without a shot fired. The Young Turks had won. The Committee of Union and Progress, CUP, as they called themselves, became the real power in the empire. Abdul Hamid remained sultan, but he was now a constitutional monarch, constrained by parliament, watched by men who did not trust him. Celebrations erupted across the empire, in Istanbul, in Damascus, in Baghdad. Christians and Muslims embraced in the streets. Jews and Turks celebrated together. The Ottoman people, they believed, had thrown off tyranny, had claimed their rights. The empire would be saved through democracy and reform. For a brief moment, there was hope. The Second Constitutional Era, as it was called. Perhaps this time, reform would work. Perhaps the empire could modernize, create a shared Ottoman citizenship, compete with European powers, survive. But the euphoria was short-lived. Within months, the divisions appeared. The CUP leaders were mostly Turkish, secular, nationalist. They believed in a strong, centralized state. Turkish as the dominant language. Modernization, even if it meant abandoning tradition. But other groups had different visions. Arabs wanted autonomy. Albanians wanted recognition of their distinct identity. Religious conservatives wanted Islamic law preserved. Liberals wanted genuine democracy, not cup control disguised as democracy. The parliament became a battleground. Competing visions, irreconcilable demands. The CUP could not satisfy everyone, so they satisfied no one. Disillusionment set in quickly. In April 1909, a counter-revolution erupted. Conservative soldiers, mutinying against the CUP. They stormed parliament, killed some deputies, demanded the restoration of Islamic law, the end of the constitutional experiment. The CUP responded with force. The Action Army marched from Salonika to Istanbul, crushed the counter-revolution, executed the ringleaders, and deposed Abdul Hamid. He was blamed for inciting the rebellion, removed from the throne, exiled. His brother Mehmed became the new sultan, a figurehead. The CUP now ruled openly, but the empire was fragmenting. In 1908, Bulgaria declared full independence, just walked away. Austria-Hungary formally annexed Bosnia-Herzegovina, which it had occupied since 1878. Crete declared union with Greece. Territory lost without a fight. The CUP tried to strengthen central control, Turkification policies, making Turkish mandatory in schools, replacing Arab and Albanian administrators with Turkish ones. This provoked resentment. Rebellions in Yemen. In Albania, in the Arab provinces, the empire was tearing itself apart. And then came the Balkan Wars, 1912 to 1913. Two wars in quick succession. First, the Balkan states, Bulgaria, Serbia, Greece, Montenegro, united against the Ottomans, attacked simultaneously, overwhelmed Ottoman defences. In a few months, they conquered almost all remaining Ottoman territory in Europe. The empire lost Macedonia, lost Thrace, lost Adrianople, the old capital of Murad, lost lands that had been Ottoman for 5 centuries. The humiliation was complete. The once great empire reduced to a small strip around Istanbul in Europe. Everything else in the Balkans was gone. Then the Balkan allies fought among themselves over the spoils. The Second Balkan War. The Ottomans managed to reclaim Adrianople in the chaos. A small victory, but it did not change the fundamental reality. The European provinces were lost. Forever. The CUP became more authoritarian, more desperate. They purged opponents, rigged elections, established a one-party state. The constitutional democracy they had promised became a dictatorship, different from Abdul Hamid's. More modern, more ideological, but still a dictatorship. By 1914, the empire was a shadow of its former self, reduced to Anatolia and the Arab provinces, bankrupt, exhausted by constant wars, governed by young radicals who had more ambition than wisdom, surrounded by enemies, dependent on foreign loans, barely functioning. And then the Great War began. The war that would destroy not just the Ottoman Empire, but the old European order entirely. The war from which there would be no recovery. The final catastrophe. August 1914. War erupted across Europe. Austria-Hungary against Serbia. Russia mobilizing to support Serbia. Germany supporting Austria. France and Britain drawn in through alliances. Within weeks, the entire continent was at war. The Ottoman Empire watched nervously, hoping to stay neutral. The empire could not afford another war, could barely handle the peace. But neutrality was not an option. The great powers would not allow it. Each side courted the Ottomans, offered inducements, made threats. The CUP leaders, particularly Enver Pasha, the Minister of War, believed the empire's only chance was to ally with Germany. Germany was strong, modern. If Germany won, the Ottomans could regain lost territories. If they stayed neutral and Germany won anyway, they would get nothing. Worse, they might be punished for not helping. So in November 1914, the Ottoman Empire entered the war. On Germany's side, against Russia, Britain, and France. It was a desperate gamble, the last throw of the dice. Win or be destroyed. The empire fought on multiple fronts. In the Caucasus, against Russia. In Mesopotamia, against British forces advancing from India. In the Sinai and Palestine, against British forces based in Egypt. In the Dardanelles, against a British-French naval assault. In Arabia, against Arab rebels, supported by Britain. At first, there were some successes. The Gallipoli campaign. British and French forces tried to force the Dardanelles strait, land at Gallipoli Peninsula, march on Istanbul, knock the Ottomans out of the war quickly. They failed. Ottoman forces, under the command of Mustafa Kemal, defended brilliantly, held the heights, turned the beaches into killing grounds. For 9 months, from April to January 1915 to 16, the battle raged. Finally, the British and French withdrew. Defeated. Perhaps 500,000 casualties on both sides. Gallipoli was an Ottoman victory. A rare bright spot. It made Mustafa Kemal a hero. A name everyone knew. The man who had stopped the British. Saved Istanbul. He would remember this. Would use this reputation later. But elsewhere, the news was bad. In the Caucasus, Russian forces advanced. Captured Erzurum. Trebizond. Pushed deep into eastern Anatolia. Ottoman forces fought bravely, but were outmatched. Poorly supplied. Exhausted. They retreated steadily. And then came the greatest crime. The darkest chapter in Ottoman history. The Armenian genocide. In April 1915, the coup government ordered the deportation of Armenians from eastern Anatolia. The official reason was security. Armenians were accused of collaborating with Russia, of being a fifth column, a threat to the war effort. The deportations were death marches. Armenians were forced from their homes, marched south into the Syrian desert, without food, without water, without shelter. Attacked along the way by Kurdish irregulars, by Ottoman soldiers, by local mobs, hundreds of thousands died, perhaps more than 1 million. The exact number will never be known. Entire communities were erased, ancient Armenian towns emptied, churches destroyed, a people nearly eliminated from lands they had inhabited for thousands of years. The cup leaders knew what they were doing. This was not accidental, not the unfortunate byproduct of wartime chaos. It was deliberate policy. The decision to eliminate the Armenian population, to solve the Armenian question through extermination, Enver, Talat, and Samal. The Cup triumvirate. They bear responsibility, along with countless others who carried out the orders, who organized the deportations, who killed and plundered, who looked away and did nothing. The genocide was a moral catastrophe, a crime that stained the empire's final years, that poisoned relations between Turks and Armenians for generations. That remains a source of pain and controversy to this day, and it did not even achieve its strategic purpose. The Russian front still collapsed, but because of revolution in Russia, not because of anything the Ottomans did. In 1917, Russia withdrew from the war. The Caucasus front evaporated, but by then, the damage was done. The Armenians were gone, the crime committed. On other fronts, the empire was losing. In Mesopotamia, British forces captured Baghdad in March 1917, pushed north. In Palestine, British forces under Allenby advanced, captured Jerusalem in December 1917. Damascus fell in October 1918. The Arab revolt, led by Sharif Hussein of Mecca and advised by T.E. Lawrence of Arabia, stripped away the Arab provinces. The Hashemites wanted an independent Arab kingdom, not to remain Ottoman. They fought alongside the British, helped destroy Ottoman control from within. By October 1918, the empire was finished. Defeated on every front. Economy collapsed. Army disintegrating. Facing invasion of Anatolia itself. On October 30th, the Armistice of Mudros was signed. The Ottoman Empire surrendered. The war was over. Allied forces occupied Istanbul. British, French, Italian, Greek. They divided the empire among themselves. The Treaty of Sèvres, signed in August 1920, was the death warrant. The empire was to be partitioned. Anatolia divided. The Straits internationalized. Only a small Turkish rump state would remain, and even that would be under foreign supervision. The Sultan, Mehmed VI, accepted these terms. He had no choice. The empire was defeated, occupied. He signed whatever the Allies demanded, but in Anatolia, resistance was forming. Turkish nationalists who refused to accept defeat, who rejected the treaty, who would fight for independence, led by Mustafa Kemal, the hero of Gallipoli. He called for a national struggle, a war of liberation. The Sultan opposed him, called him a rebel, but the people listened to Kemal, not the Sultan. They rallied to his cause, formed a national movement, established an alternative government in Ankara. The Sultan's government in Istanbul became irrelevant, a puppet of the occupying powers. The real power was in Ankara. With Kemal and the nationalists, they would fight for Turkey's independence, and they would win. But that is the next chapter. The birth of the Turkish Republic, the final end of the Ottoman Empire. For now, in 1920, the empire still existed. Technically, a ghost, a shell, occupied, defeated, awaiting execution. The 600-year story was ending. The tree that Osman had seen in his dream was dying. The branches were dead. The trunk was hollow. Only the roots remained, and even those were being torn from the ground. The twilight had fallen. Night was coming. The end was near. Chapter 11. Rebirth from Ashes. Sometimes, from the ruins of empire, something new is born. Not a continuation, not a restoration, but something different, something that carries the memory of the past while facing toward the future. This is the story of how the Ottoman Empire died, and how, From its corpse, the Turkish Republic emerged. May 19, 1919. A Greek army landed at Smyrna, modern-day Izmir, on the Aegean coast of Anatolia. They came with Allied approval. British warships stood offshore. French and Italian observers watched. The Greeks were claiming territory promised to them by the Treaty of Sèvres. They marched into the city as conquerors, raised the Greek flag, declared they were liberating Greek populations, reclaiming ancient Hellenic lands. The Greek dream, the Megali idea, of recreating the Byzantine Empire was being attempted. The local Muslim population watched in horror. Greek soldiers opened fire on Turkish civilians. Scores were killed in the first days. The occupation was brutal, vengeful. Greeks and Turks had been killing each other in the Balkans for decades. Now the violence came to Anatolia itself. News spread across Turkey. Smyrna occupied. Greeks advancing inland. Armenians returning with French support in the south. Italians claiming territory in the southwest. The Allies planning to partition Anatolia, to give Constantinople to international control, to reduce Turkey to a small, landlocked state. The Sultan's government in Istanbul did nothing, could do nothing. They had signed the armistice, accepted occupation. They urged acceptance, submission, cooperation with the Allies. What else could they do? The empire was defeated. But in Anatolia, a different response was forming. Resistance, refusal, a determination to fight rather than accept partition. Mustafa Kemal was in Istanbul when Smyrna was occupied. He was a decorated general, a war hero, but also a man without a command. The empire's military was being disbanded. What role was there for soldiers in a defeated state? He managed to get himself appointed inspector of the Third Army, based in Anatolia. The Sultan's government thought this was safe. Let Kemal go east. Keep him away from Istanbul. He could do no harm in the provinces. They were wrong. Kemal arrived in Samsun on May 19th, 1919. The same day, the Greeks landed at Smyrna. It was not coincidence. It was destiny. Or so Kemal would later claim. He travelled through Anatolia, met with military commanders, with local leaders, with anyone who would listen. His message was simple. Turkey would not accept partition, would not surrender its independence, would fight if necessary. In July, he called a congress at Erzurum, then another at Sivas in September. Representatives came from across Anatolia. They formed a national movement, declared that sovereignty belonged to the nation, not to the Sultan, that the people had the right to defend their homeland. This was revolutionary. For 6 centuries, sovereignty had belonged to the Sultan. The dynasty of Osman. Now Kemal was saying it belonged to the people, to the Turkish nation. It was a break with the entire Ottoman past. The Sultan's government ordered Kemal to return to Istanbul. He refused. They stripped him of his rank, declared him a rebel. He ignored them, called for elections to a new parliament, a grand national assembly that would meet in Ankara, not Istanbul. Turkey now had 2 governments, the Sultan's government in Istanbul, under Allied occupation, and Kemal's nationalist government in Ankara, claiming to represent the true will of the Turkish people. The Greeks pushed deeper into Anatolia. By June 1920, they controlled a large area around Smyrna. British forces occupied Istanbul and the Straits. French forces held southern Turkey. Italian forces were in the southwest. Anatolia was being carved up, but the nationalists were building an army, gathering weapons, organizing resistance. Officers from the old Ottoman army joined them, soldiers who had fought at Gallipoli, in Palestine, in the Caucasus. They brought experience, training, leadership. In August 1920, the Sultan's government signed the Treaty of Sèvres, accepted all Allied demands, the partition of Anatolia, the independence of Kurdistan and Armenia, the end of Turkish sovereignty, the treaty that would have destroyed Turkey. But Kemal's government in Ankara rejected the treaty, declared it invalid, said they would never accept it, and they had the power to back up their words. The national army was growing stronger every day. The French and Italians, exhausted from the Great War, withdrew. They did not want to fight another war in Anatolia. They had enough problems at home. Let the Greeks and British deal with the Turks. They pulled out their forces, made separate peace agreements with Ankara. This left the Greeks. They had advanced far inland, occupied rich territories, but they were overextended. Their supply lines stretched thin, their army tired, and now they faced a growing, determined Turkish force. In January 1921, Greek and Turkish armies clashed at Inonu. The first major battle, the Turks, under General İsmet, won, stopped the Greek advance, proved they could fight, could win. The Greeks attacked again in March. Second Battle of Inonu. Again, the Turks held. The Greek advance was stopped. The momentum shifted, but the decisive battle came in August and September 1921. The Battle of Sakarya. The Greeks launched a massive offensive, aiming for Ankara itself. If they took the nationalist capital, the resistance would collapse. The two armies met on the Sakarya River, just 80 kilometers from Ankara. For 22 days, they fought. The longest pitched battle of the entire war. Wave after wave of Greek attacks. Desperate Turkish defense. Kemal took personal command, rallied his troops, told them this was where Turkey's fate would be decided. They could retreat no further. They would hold or die. They held, barely. The Greeks attacked until they had nothing left. Then they withdrew, retreated west. The offensive had failed. Ankara was saved. Kemal became Ghazi, the title given to victorious warriors. Ghazi Mustafa Kemal. The savior of Turkey, his position was now unassailable. He was not just a general, he was the symbol of national resistance, the embodiment of Turkish independence. For a year, both sides rebuilt. Prepared for the final confrontation, Kemal gathered weapons, trained troops, planned meticulously. The Greeks held their positions but could not advance. Stalemate. Then, in August 1922, Kemal attacked. The Great Offensive. Massive. Sudden. Overwhelming. Turkish forces broke through Greek lines, surrounded units, captured equipment. The Greek army collapsed. Within weeks, the Greeks were fleeing west, toward the coast, toward Smyrna. Turkish cavalry pursued, cutting off stragglers. The retreat became a rout. On September 9th, 1922, Turkish forces entered Smyrna. The Greeks evacuated by sea. Hundreds of thousands of civilians fled with them. Greek and Armenian populations leaving Turkey forever. Then the city burned. The Great Fire of Smyrna. Who started it remains disputed. Greeks blamed Turks. Turks blamed Greeks and Armenians. Perhaps it was accidental. Perhaps deliberate. But the result was catastrophic. Much of the city destroyed. Thousands dead. The war was over. The Greeks were expelled. Anatolia was secured. The Treaty of Sèvres was dead. Turkey had won its independence through force of arms. In November 1922, the Grand National Assembly in Ankara abolished the Sultanate. 623 years of Ottoman rule ended, not through foreign conquest, but through a decision by Turks themselves. The dynasty of Osman was finished. Sultan Mehmed VI fled Istanbul on a British warship, went into exile, died in Italy years later. Forgotten. The last Ottoman Sultan left his empire on a foreign vessel. A sad, quiet end to centuries of glory. The Allies, faced with Turkish victory, negotiated the Treaty of Lausanne, signed in July 1923. This treaty recognized Turkish independence, accepted Turkish borders, reversed Sèvres. Turkey emerged as a sovereign nation, smaller than the empire, but independent, free. Mustafa Kemal had achieved what seemed impossible. He had defeated foreign occupation, reversed a punitive peace treaty, created a new state from the ruins of the old. He was no longer just Ghazi. He was the father of a nation. But Kemal was not finished. Winning independence was only the beginning. Now he had to decide what kind of state Turkey would be. And he knew what he wanted. Not a continuation of the empire. Not a restoration. But something entirely new. The Sultanate was abolished in November 1922. But the Caliphate remained. Kemal had separated political and religious authority. There was no longer a sultan, but there was still a caliph, spiritual leader of Sunni Muslims. The last remnant of Ottoman authority, Abdülmecid II held this title. A cousin of the last sultan, a man who loved art and music, who had no interest in politics. He accepted the ceremonial role, thought he could be a spiritual leader without political power. But Kemal saw the caliphate as dangerous, a rallying point for conservatives, for those who wanted to restore the old order, for Muslims across the world who might interfere in Turkish affairs. As long as the caliphate existed, Turkey was tied to the Islamic world, to the Ottoman past, to everything Kemal wanted to leave behind. In March 1924, the Grand National Assembly abolished the caliphate, banished the entire Ottoman dynasty from Turkey. Every member of the family. They had 48 hours to leave, to pack what they could carry and go. Abdülmecid and his relatives left by train, crossing the border into Europe, exiled forever from the land their ancestors had ruled for 6 centuries. Some went to Paris, others to Switzerland, to Egypt, scattered across the world, powerless, irrelevant. The last caliph died in Paris in 1944. During World War II, few noticed, few cared. The Ottoman dynasty ended not with drama but with quiet obscurity, forgotten by history, erased from the land they had shaped. With the caliphate gone, the connection to the Ottoman past was severed. Turkey was no longer an Islamic empire. It was a secular nation-state. The transformation was complete. October 29, 1923. The Turkish Republic was formally proclaimed. Mustafa Kemal became its first president. Ankara, not Istanbul, was the capital. A deliberate choice. Istanbul was the Ottoman capital, the city of sultans and empires. Ankara was new, modern, the city of the Republic. What followed was a revolution, not just political, but social, cultural, religious. Kemal transformed Turkey more thoroughly than any ruler since Mehmed the Conqueror. He abolished Islamic courts, introduced a secular legal system based on European law. Religion became a private matter. The state was secular. This was unprecedented in the Islamic world. He gave women the right to vote, to hold office, to work, to dress as they chose. The veil was discouraged. Women entered universities, became lawyers, teachers, doctors. Turkey became the most progressive Muslim-majority country in the world. He replaced the Arabic script with Latin letters. In 1928, overnight, the alphabet changed. Books, newspapers, street signs, everything had to be rewritten. It was chaos, but Kemal believed Arabic script tied Turkey to the Ottoman past. To Islam, Latin letters meant modernity, westernization, a break with tradition. Millions of Turks became illiterate overnight. What they could read yesterday they could not read today. But the new generation would learn only the new alphabet. The old texts would become inaccessible. The past would fade. This was intentional. He took a surname. Previously, Turks used given names and patronymics. No family names. Kemal chose Atatürk, father of the Turks, and he required all Turks to adopt surnames, to register them officially. Another break with Ottoman tradition. He banned the fez, that symbol of Ottoman modernity that Mahmud had introduced. Now, it represented backwardness. Men should wear European-style hats, or no hat at all. The fez was forbidden. Wearing one became a crime. He secularized education, closed religious schools, opened state schools teaching science, math, history, geography, European languages. The new generation would be educated in modern subjects, not in the Quran and Hadith, not in Ottoman history and Islamic law. These reforms were imposed from above, rapidly. Without consultation, Kemal was an authoritarian modernizer. He believed the people needed to be dragged into modernity, for their own good, whether they wanted it or not. Resistance was suppressed. Kurdish rebellions were crushed. Religious conservatives were imprisoned. Opposition parties were banned. Turkey became a one-party state, democratic in name, authoritarian in practice. But it worked. In a sense, Turkey survived, remained independent, modernized rapidly. By the time Kemal died in 1938, Turkey was transformed, unrecognizable from the dying empire of 1919. The Ottoman Empire was gone. Completely. Not just politically, but culturally. The continuity was broken. The new Turkey defined itself in opposition to the Ottoman past. Ottoman meant backward, religious, defeated. Turkish meant modern, secular, independent. For decades, Ottomans would be forgotten in Turkey, their history not taught, their achievements downplayed, the 600 years of empire treated as a dark age, something to move beyond, to forget. Only later, much later, would Turks begin to reclaim their Ottoman heritage, to study it, to feel pride in it, to see continuity instead of only rupture. But that would take generations. In 1923, the break was total. The empire was dead. The republic was born. From the ashes of one, the other emerged. Different. New. Facing the future instead of the past. The dream of Osman had ended. A new dream had begun. Chapter 12. Legacy and Reflection. Close your eyes again. Imagine you are standing in Istanbul. Not in the past, but today. Modern Istanbul. A city of 15 million people. Traffic. Skyscrapers. Shopping malls. The chaos of a contemporary megacity. But look up. Above the modern streets. Rising into the sky. Domes. Minarets. Structures of stone and brick that have stood for centuries. The architectural legacy of the Ottoman Empire. Still here. Still dominating the skyline. Still taking your breath away. The Süleymaniye Mosque. Sinan's masterpiece. Built nearly 500 years ago. It still stands on its hill overlooking the Golden Horn. The dome still seems to float. The proportions still perfect. Inside, light still streams through hundreds of windows. The space still inspires awe, silence, reverence. Thousands visit every day. Muslims who come to pray, tourists who come to marvel, students of architecture who come to study. The building serves its original purpose, a place of worship, but also something more, a connection to the past, a reminder of what the Ottomans achieved. The Blue Mosque, the Sultan Ahmed Mosque, built in the early 1600s. Its 6 minarets caused scandal when it was first constructed. Only the mosque in Mecca had 6 minarets. Was the Sultan claiming equality with the holy city? But the minarets still stand, slender, elegant, framing the cascading domes. Inside, 20,000 blue Iznik tiles cover the walls. Hand-painted, each one unique, together creating a sea of blue, light and pattern, a visual prayer. The tiles are cracking now, fading. Age takes its toll, even on beauty. But restoration continues, preserving what the Ottomans created. The Topkapi Palace, where sultans lived for nearly 400 years, where they governed an empire spanning 3 continents, now a museum. The rooms where Mehmed plotted the conquest of Constantinople, where Suleiman wrote poetry, where Abdul Hamid hid from the world, all open to visitors. The private made public, the sacred made mundane. But walking through those rooms, you feel something. History is not abstract here, not distant. You stand where sultans stood, look out at the same view of the Bosphorus. The connection is physical, real. Beyond Istanbul, the Ottoman architectural legacy spreads across 3 continents. In Budapest, Turkish baths still function, built during the occupation. Now tourist attractions. Hungarians soak in waters heated by the same system the Ottomans installed. In Jerusalem, the walls of the old city are Ottoman, built by Suleiman in the 1500s. The gates you walk through, the stones beneath your feet, all Ottoman. The city's current shape was determined by Ottoman builders. In Bosnia, the old bridge at Mostar, Stari Most, an Ottoman bridge from the 1600s, destroyed in the Yugoslav wars of the 1990s. Rebuilt stone by stone according to Ottoman plans, a symbol of reconciliation, of heritage preserved. In Cairo, mosques built by Ottoman governors. In Damascus, in Baghdad, across North Africa, bridges and fortresses and caravanserais. Aqueducts bringing water to cities. Buildings that still function, still serve. 500 years later, UNESCO has designated dozens of Ottoman structures as World Heritage Sites, recognizing their universal value, their contribution to human civilization. The Ottomans were builders, and their buildings endure. In modern Turkey, there is renewed pride in this heritage. Ottoman architecture is studied, preserved, restored. New buildings sometimes echo Ottoman forms, domes and arches, a connection to the past, a statement of identity. The empire is gone, but the stones remain. The domes still rise against the sky. The minarets still call. The buildings speak when words fail. They say, "We were here. We created beauty. We left something behind." But the Ottoman legacy is more than buildings. It lives in daily life. In things so ordinary, we forget they have origins, that they came from somewhere. Someone, sometime. Coffee, the dark, bitter drink that so much of the world depends on. Coffee came from Yemen, but it was the Ottomans who made it a ritual, a culture. Turkish coffee, thick and strong, served in small cups, drunk slowly, savoured. The grounds red for fortune-telling, a social practice that spread from Istanbul to Vienna to the world. The first coffee houses in Europe opened in Vienna, after the siege of 1683, using beans abandoned by the retreating Ottoman army. The Viennese adopted the custom, made it their own, and from there, coffee culture spread. To Paris, to London, to everywhere. The morning coffee millions drink today traces back, in part, to Ottoman Istanbul. Cuisine, Turkish delight, lokum, sugar and starch and rosewater. A sweet that has delighted generations. Baklava, layers of phyllo dough and honey and nuts, claimed by many countries. Greek, Arab, Armenian, but perfected in Ottoman kitchens. Kebabs, doner, meat roasted on a vertical spit, now global street food, found in Berlin and London and Los Angeles. But originally, Ottoman, the method of cooking, the spices, the way of serving. Yogurt, the Ottomans did not invent it, but they spread it, made it central to their cuisine. Kekuk, Iran. From Ottoman tables, yogurt spread to Persia and the Arab world, and eventually to the entire world. Even the crescent moon and star, the symbol we associate with Islam. With Muslim countries, this is not originally Islamic. No religious significance. It was Ottoman, adopted as a state symbol. Later, when other Muslim countries gained independence, many copied it. Turkey, Pakistan, Algeria, Tunisia. The symbol of the Ottoman Empire became the symbol of the Muslim world. Music. Ottoman classical music influenced the region. Makam, the modal system. Rhythmic patterns. Instruments like the oud and the ney. This tradition continues. Taught in conservatories. Performed in concerts. A living legacy. The metaband. The military music that terrified Europe. Drums and cymbals and horns. European armies copied it. Military bands in the West today owe something to the Ottoman meta, the tradition of martial music playing while armies march. Carpet weaving. Turkish carpets were prized across Europe. Renaissance paintings show them. Holbein carpets. Lotto carpets. Named after the painters who depicted them. Wealthy Europeans displayed Turkish carpets as status symbols, too valuable to walk on, hung on walls or draped over furniture. The patterns, the colours, the techniques, these spread and influenced European textile design. What we think of as Persian or Oriental carpets often have Ottoman roots. The craft tradition continues. Weavers in Turkey still make carpets by hand, one knot at a time, the same methods their ancestors used. Calligraphy, the art of beautiful writing. In the Ottoman world, calligraphy was the highest art, more valued than painting or sculpture. The most talented artists became calligraphers, spent decades perfecting their craft. Ottoman calligraphy developed distinctive styles: Thuluth, Diwani, Tugra, each with its own rules, its own aesthetic. Museums display Ottoman calligraphy like paintings, because that is what they are: visual art using letters as form. Literature, Ottoman poetry, written in Ottoman Turkish, a language so influenced by Arabic and Persian that modern Turks cannot read it without special training. The past is locked away behind a language barrier, but scholars study it, translate it, keep it alive. The Ottomans created a sophisticated literary culture: epic poems, love poetry, religious poetry, prose works, histories, travelogues. This literature influenced the region, shaped how people thought about beauty, about love, about the divine, even proverbs, sayings that survive in Turkish, in Arabic, in Balkan languages, folk wisdom that passed through generations, some of it traceable to Ottoman times. The empire shaped not just how people lived, but how they thought, how they expressed themselves. The hammam, the Turkish bath, based on Roman baths, adapted, refined, made distinctively Ottoman. The architecture, the ritual, the social function, a place to bathe, yes, but also to socialize, to relax, to conduct business, to gossip. Turkish baths spread across the empire, became part of daily life. Even after the empire fell, the tradition continued. Hammams still operate in Turkey, in the Balkans, in the Arab world, modified, perhaps, commercialized in some places, but recognizably the same. These cultural legacies are not museum pieces, not relics. They are alive. People still drink coffee, still eat baklava, still weave carpets, still visit baths. The empire shaped daily life. And that shaping persists. Invisible most of the time, but present, real. But the Ottoman legacy is not all beautiful buildings and delicious food. There is another legacy, darker, more troubling. The political legacy, the borders, the conflicts, the unresolved questions. Look at a map of the Middle East. The borders seem arbitrary, straight lines cutting through deserts, boundaries that ignore geography, ethnicity, history. These are not natural borders. They are artificial, drawn by European powers after World War I, after the Ottoman Empire fell. The Sykes-Picot Agreement, 1916. Britain and France, in secret, divided the Ottoman Arab provinces between themselves, drew lines on a map. This will be French. This will be British. The people living there were not consulted. Their wishes did not matter. After the war, these lines became borders. Syria, Iraq, Lebanon, Transjordan, Palestine. New countries created from Ottoman provinces, but the borders made no sense. They cut across tribal territories, separated communities, mixed populations that had been distinct. Iraq, for example, created by combining 3 Ottoman provinces: Mosul in the north, majority Kurdish; Baghdad in the center, Sunni Arab; Basra in the south, Shia Arab. 3 different populations, different histories, different identities, forced into one state. Unsurprisingly, Iraq has struggled with unity ever since. Kurdish separatism, Sunni-Shia conflict. The instability that persists today has roots in those artificial borders. In the way the Ottoman Empire was carved up, Syria and Lebanon, separated by the French. Syria mostly Muslim. Lebanon, with a large Christian population. The French wanted to protect Christians, so they created Lebanon. But this divided communities, created resentment. The Lebanese Civil War, the Syrian conflict. These have roots in the Ottoman collapse and the arbitrary borders that followed. Palestine and Israel, perhaps the most intractable conflict. During Ottoman times, Palestine was not a separate province, just part of Syria. Jews and Arabs and Christians lived there. Under Ottoman rule, it was not always peaceful, but there was coexistence. After World War I, Britain took control. The Balfour Declaration promised a Jewish homeland, but Palestine already had Arab inhabitants. The conflict between these two promises has never been resolved. The wars, the occupation, the suffering on both sides, all trace back to the Ottoman collapse and what came after. The Kurds, perhaps 30 million people, spread across Turkey, Iraq, Syria, and Iran. In Ottoman times, they lived in their traditional regions, subject to the Sultan, but with local autonomy, their own leaders, their own identity. After the empire fell, they were divided. The borders cut through Kurdistan, separated Kurds from each other, gave them no state of their own. Kurdish nationalism emerged. Rebellions, suppression, decades of conflict. Because, when the Ottoman Empire was divided, no one considered giving Kurds their own country. The Armenian tragedy. During the empire's final years, the genocide. After the empire fell, the survivors scattered. An Armenian diaspora across the world. Armenia itself became a small, landlocked country, a fraction of historical Armenian territory. The conflict with Azerbaijan over Nagorno-Karabakh. These two are legacies of the Ottoman collapse. Even in the Balkans, the Yugoslav wars of the 1990s, Serbs and Croats and Bosnian Muslims killing each other. These hatreds have deep roots, some traced to Ottoman times, to the divisions between those who accepted Ottoman rule and those who resisted, to the millet system that organized people by religion. The Ottoman Empire governed through difference. The millet system, separate communities living side by side, autonomous but unequal. This prevented assimilation, preserved separate identities. When the empire fell, these separate identities became the basis for separate nations and conflicts between them. Turkey itself struggles with the Ottoman legacy. Is modern Turkey a successor to the empire, or a break from it? For decades after Ataturk, the answer was clear. Turkey had rejected the Ottoman past, was building something new. But more recently, there has been a shift. Some Turkish leaders invoke Ottoman glory, talk of Turkish influence in former Ottoman territories, use Ottoman imagery. This makes neighbors nervous, worried about Turkish ambitions, about neo-Ottoman imperialism. The legacy is complicated, contested. Different people remember the empire differently. For some, it represents oppression, occupation, foreign rule. For others, it represents order, stability, a time when their region mattered on the world stage. The truth is that the Ottoman Empire was both oppressive and ordered, cruel and magnificent. It brought suffering to many, but also created much of value. Judging it requires holding contradictions in mind, acknowledging complexity, resisting simple narratives. The empire is gone, but its ghosts remain, in borders, in conflicts, in memories, in identities shaped by centuries of Ottoman rule. Understanding the present Middle East requires understanding the Ottoman past. The connections are direct, clear, undeniable. Today, interest in the Ottoman Empire is growing, not declining. Across the former Ottoman territories and beyond, people are rediscovering this history, studying it, arguing about it, finding relevance in a past that seemed dead. In Turkey, Ottoman history has been rehabilitated, no longer shameful, no longer something to hide. Turkish television produces lavish historical dramas, shows about Suleiman, about Mehmed the Conqueror, about the imperial harem, watched by millions. Not just in Turkey, across the Middle East, in the Balkans, even in Europe. These shows are not documentaries. They romanticize, simplify, create heroes and villains, but they reveal something, a hunger for this history, a desire to connect with it, to see oneself in it. Museums in Istanbul dedicated to Ottoman history attract huge crowds. The Topkapi Palace, the Dolmabahce Palace, exhibitions of Ottoman art and artifacts. People want to see the clothes the sultans wore, the weapons they carried, the objects they touched, to make the past tangible. Academic study of the Ottoman Empire has exploded. Universities around the world have Ottoman studies programs. Scholars publish books, hold conferences, The archive in Istanbul contains millions of documents, Ottoman records, being digitized, studied, revealing new details about daily life, about governance, about how the empire actually functioned. We know more about the Ottoman Empire now than at any time since its fall. The research is uncovering complexity, nuance, challenging old stereotypes. The Ottomans were not simply backward despots. They were sophisticated administrators, skilled diplomats, patrons of culture, but also acknowledging the darkness, the massacres, the genocides, the oppression. Modern scholarship tries to see the whole picture, not to excuse, but to understand. Why did the empire last so long? Why did it fall? What can we learn? In the Balkans, the Ottoman legacy is debated. Some see the Ottoman centuries as lost time, occupation that prevented development, kept the region backward while Western Europe advanced. They emphasize suffering, janissary levies, massacres, oppression. Others acknowledge that Ottoman rule brought stability, that the multi-ethnic empire allowed communities to coexist, that life under the Ottomans was not uniformly terrible, that there were periods of prosperity, of cultural flowering. Both perspectives have truth. The Ottoman Empire was neither purely evil nor purely benign. It was a human institution, with all the complexity that implies, capable of both cruelty and creation. In the Arab world, the Ottoman period is being reassessed. For decades after independence, Ottoman rule was portrayed negatively, as Turkish imperialism, as occupation. Arab nationalism defined itself against the Ottoman past. But more recently, there is nostalgia in some quarters. The Ottoman Empire maintained order, prevented the conflicts that have plagued the region since. Under Ottoman rule, there was no Israel-Palestine conflict, no Syrian civil war, no sectarian violence in Iraq. These are post-Ottoman problems. This nostalgia is selective. It forgets the oppression, the poverty, the lack of freedom, but it reflects dissatisfaction with the present, a sense that something has been lost, that the fragmentation after the empire's fall created more problems than it solved. The debate over the Ottoman legacy will continue. It matters because the past shapes the present, the borders we have, the conflicts we face, the identities we claim. These all connect to the Ottoman experience. Understanding that experience helps us understand ourselves. The Ottoman Empire lasted 623 years, from 1299 to 1922, longer than the Roman Empire, at least in the West, longer than the British Empire, longer than almost any other state in history. It shaped millions of lives, left marks on 3 continents, created beauty and ugliness in equal measure, and then it ended, collapsed, disappeared, leaving behind memories, buildings, borders, conflicts, legacies both beautiful and terrible. The tree that Osman saw in his dream grew, spread its branches across the world, provided shade for millions. Then it died, was cut down, burned, but the seeds scattered. New growth emerged, different from the tree, but connected to it, carrying its genetic memory forward. That is the Ottoman legacy, present everywhere, acknowledged rarely, but shaping the world we live in, whether we know it or not. Chapter 13. Closing. Reflections. Breathe slowly. Let your mind drift back across the centuries we have travelled together. From Osman's dream, in a small room in Anatolia, to the burning of Smyrna and the birth of a republic. 623 years. More than 6 centuries of human history, of empires rising and falling, of dreams pursued and lost. How do we measure such a span of time? How do we hold it in our minds? When Osman founded his Beylik around the year 1300, the world was utterly different. There was no printing press, no gunpowder weapons in Europe, no knowledge of the Americas. The Mongols had just swept across Asia. The Crusades were ending. The medieval world was at its height. By the time the Ottoman Empire fell in 1922, the world had transformed beyond recognition. Airplanes flew overhead. Telephones connected distant cities. The internal combustion engine powered automobiles. The Great War had introduced tanks and poison gas and machine guns that killed thousands in minutes. The Ottoman Empire spanned the gap between these two worlds, medieval and modern. It was born in an age of castles and cavalry. It died in an age of trenches and artillery. It witnessed the entire transformation of human civilization, and it struggled, ultimately unsuccessfully, to keep pace. Only a handful of states in human history have lasted as long. The Roman Empire, if we count both East and West, lasted perhaps 1500 years. But it changed dramatically across that span. The Rome of Augustus barely resembled the Constantinople of Constantine the XI. Different language, different religion, different culture. The Chinese Empire lasted thousands of years, but through multiple dynasties, each one replacing the last, each one claiming the mandate of heaven, continuity of place, but not of ruling family. The Ottoman Empire maintained dynastic continuity for its entire existence. Every sultan, from Osman to Mehmed VI, was a direct descendant of the founder. 36 sultans across 6 centuries, all from one family. This is extraordinary, rare in world history. Why did it last so long? What made the Ottoman system so durable? Part of the answer is geography. The empire controlled the crossroads between Europe, Asia, and Africa. Trade routes passed through Ottoman territory. Goods, ideas, people. This brought wealth, revenue that funded armies and administration. As long as the trade flowed, the empire had resources. Part of the answer is military innovation. The Ottomans adapted. They adopted gunpowder weapons early, created the janissaries, built powerful artillery. For centuries, their military technology matched or exceeded that of their enemies. When they fell behind in this regard, the empire began to crumble. Part of the answer is administrative skill. The millet system, the provincial organization, the system of land grants and tax collection, these were not perfect, but they worked well enough to govern a vast, diverse empire, to extract resources, to maintain order, to project power across thousands of miles. Part of the answer is flexibility. The Ottomans incorporated local elites, allowed autonomy when necessary, did not insist on uniformity. A Greek could keep his language and religion and culture as long as he paid taxes and obeyed the Sultan. This pragmatism reduced resistance, made Ottoman rule more acceptable than it might otherwise have been. But no empire lasts forever. All decline, all fall. The question is not whether, but when and why. The Ottoman decline was gradual. It began, arguably, after Suleiman. The failure to take Vienna, the loss at Lepanto, small setbacks that revealed the empire had reached its limits, that it could expand no further. Then stagnation. While Europe transformed through the scientific revolution and the Enlightenment, the Ottoman Empire clung to traditional methods, resisted change, feared innovation would corrupt Islamic purity. This resistance to change became fatal. By the 1800s, the gap between Ottoman and European power was enormous. European armies defeated Ottoman forces easily. European economies vastly outproduced the Ottoman economy. European technology, railroads, steamships, telegraphs, gave them overwhelming advantages. The Ottomans tried to reform. The TANZIMAT, Mahmud's destruction of the Janissaries, constitutional government, modernization of the military. But these efforts came too late, were too limited, met too much resistance. The empire could not transform itself rapidly enough to compete, and so it fell. Not in a single catastrophic defeat, though there were many defeats, but through slow erosion, territory lost piece by piece, influence declining year by year, until all that remained was Anatolia and the Arab provinces. And then, after World War I, even those were threatened. The empire's fall teaches lessons about adaptation, about the dangers of clinging to past glories, about how institutions that once served well can become obstacles, about how diversity can be a strength but also a vulnerability when nationalism rises. It teaches that military power alone is not enough. Economic dynamism matters. Cultural vitality matters. The ability to inspire loyalty in subjects matters. The Ottomans lost on all these fronts, and so they fell. But the empire's longevity also teaches lessons about resilience, about the importance of effective administration, about how flexibility and pragmatism can preserve power, about how a clear succession system prevents civil wars, about how investing in culture and architecture creates lasting legacies. The Ottoman Empire was not unique in rising and falling. All empires do. Rome, Persia, the Mongols, the British, the pattern repeats. What made the Ottomans special was the particular path they took, the specific mark they left on history, the way they shaped the world we inherited. But empires are not just sultans and battles, not just treaties and territories. They are people, millions of ordinary people living ordinary lives. Their stories are mostly lost, unrecorded, forgotten, but they mattered. They were the empire, in a way the sultans never were. Think of a farmer in Anatolia, working his land under Ottoman rule, paying his taxes. Perhaps his son was taken in the Devshirme, gone forever. Or perhaps he avoided the levy, kept his family intact. He ploughed his fields, planted his crops, worried about rain and drought, about bandits, about officials demanding bribes. He never saw Istanbul, never met a sultan. But he was Ottoman. The empire was built on the labor of millions like him. Think of a merchant in Cairo, selling spices in the bazaar, trading with caravans from Arabia and ships from Venice. The empire's peace made his business possible. The roads were safe, mostly. The currencies stable. He paid his taxes to Ottoman officials, grumbled about them, certainly, but profited from the system. His world was larger because of the empire, connected to distant places. He was Ottoman without thinking of himself that way. Think of a woman in the imperial harem, not the sultan's wife, not anyone famous, just one of the hundreds of women who lived in the Topkapi palace. A servant, taken from her family as a girl, raised in the palace, trained in music or embroidery or cooking. She lived her entire life within those walls. Never married, never had children, grew old in service, died unknown, but she saw history from the inside, watched sultans come and go, witnessed intrigue and drama. Her perspective was unique and completely lost to us. Think of a janissary, not an officer, not someone who became famous, just a regular soldier, taken from a village in Serbia at age 10, converted, trained, spent 40 years in the corps, fought at Rhodes, at Mohacs, survived battles that killed thousands of his comrades, retired with a small pension, opened a shop in Istanbul, sold candles, told stories to grandchildren he should never have had, since janissaries were once forbidden to marry, died in bed, which was more than most soldiers could hope for. Think of an Armenian merchant in Smyrna. His family had lived there for generations. Long before the Ottomans, they stayed when the empire came, adapted, prospered. He traded with Europe, spoke Turkish and Greek and French, considered himself Ottoman and Armenian both. Identities not contradictory but layered. Then came the genocide. His family scattered, his world destroyed. He fled to America, spent his final years in a foreign land, remembering home, mourning what was lost. Think of a Greek woman in the Balkans, living under Ottoman rule her entire life. Then the wars of independence. The village changed hands 3 times. Ottoman, Greek, Ottoman again, finally Greek. Different flags, different officials. But her life barely changed. She still farmed, still went to church, still spoke Greek. The empire's fall meant little to her daily existence. The new nation-state that replaced it taxed her just as much, perhaps more. These people, these millions of individual lives, they are the real story. Not the sultans, not the grand viziers, not the famous architects and poets. Those we remember, but the forgotten millions, those who lived and died without leaving records, without being mentioned in chronicles. They were the empire. Their labor, their loyalty, their suffering, their endurance, and the empire shaped them, determined what languages they learned, what religions they practiced, who they could marry, where they could live, what opportunities they had. The system in which they existed was not of their making. But they had to navigate it, survive it, sometimes thrive within it. The empire gave some people opportunities they would never have had otherwise. A Christian peasant boy becoming a grand vizier, a Jewish merchant finding refuge when expelled from Spain, a talented architect creating buildings that still stand centuries later. For these people, the empire was liberation, opportunity, a chance to rise. But for others, the empire was oppression. The Armenian family destroyed in genocide, the Greek villagers massacred during uprisings, the Arab populations whose wishes were ignored, the women confined to harems, the slaves taken in raids. For these people, the empire was suffering, injustice, something to endure or escape. Both truths exist simultaneously. The empire was both opportunity and oppression, order and chaos, beauty and brutality. This is not contradiction. This is complexity. This is the reality of human institutions. They create and destroy, liberate and enslave. Often the same action does both. Remembering the human story means holding this complexity, not simplifying, not making the empire purely good or purely evil, but seeing it as it was, a system created by humans, with all our capacities for both nobility and cruelty, a system that shaped millions of lives in countless ways, most forgotten, but all real. When the empire fell, those lives did not end. They continued. People adapted, moved, changed identities. A man who was Ottoman on Monday might be Turkish or Arab or Greek by Friday. The borders shifted, but the people remained, carrying memories, passing them to children, creating the complex, layered identities we see today. The Ottoman Empire lives on in these memories, in family stories, in traditions passed down, in the food people eat and the music they play and the words they use. The empire is gone, but its human legacy persists. In the descendants of those millions who lived under Ottoman rule, who were shaped by it, who carry something of it forward, whether they know it or not. The sun is setting over the Bosphorus once more. The waters reflect gold and orange and deep purple. The light fades slowly, gently, the way it has faded every evening for millennia. Long before the Ottomans, long after, the minarets of the city stand silhouetted against the darkening sky. The call to prayer echoes across the water. Allahu Akbar, God is great. The same words that have been called from these minarets for 5 centuries. A continuity across time. A thread connecting past and present. The stones of the city, remember. The walls, the mosques, the palaces. They were here when Mehmed entered as conqueror, when Suleiman ruled the world, when Abdul Hamid hid from it, when the last sultan fled into exile. The stones watched it all, silent witnesses to 6 centuries of human drama, and the waters of the Bosphorus flow on, connecting Europe and Asia, connecting the Black Sea and the Mediterranean, connecting past and future. Empires rise on these shores. Empires fall. The water does not care. It flows, as it always has, as it always will. We have travelled together through 600 years. From Osman's dream to Ataturk's republic, we have witnessed conquest and defeat, glory and shame, creation and destruction, the full arc of an empire's life: birth, growth, peak, decline, death. What remains? Buildings, borders, memories, legacies both beautiful and terrible. The Ottoman Empire is gone, but its echoes persist. In the world we inhabit, in the conflicts we face, in the identities we claim, in the very shape of the modern Middle East and Balkans, understanding this empire, its achievements and its crimes, its strengths and its weaknesses, its complexity and contradictions. This helps us understand our own world. The past is not dead. It is not even past. It lives in the present, shapes the present, demands to be acknowledged. The tree that Osman saw in his dream grew for 6 centuries. Its branches spread across 3 continents. It sheltered millions, provided shade and sustenance. But trees, like empires, are mortal. They grow old. They weaken. They fall. And when they fall, they feed the soil. make new growth possible. From the Ottoman Empire's fall came new nations: Turkey, Greece, the Arab states, Israel. All emerged from the empire's dissolution, all shaped by that experience, all carrying forward something of the Ottoman legacy, whether they acknowledge it or not. History is not a simple story with heroes and villains. It is complex, layered, filled with contradictions. The Ottoman Empire was not good or evil. It was human, created by humans, for human purposes, with human results, magnificent and terrible, inspiring and horrifying. Sometimes, simultaneously, let the memory of this empire rest gently, not forgotten, not erased, but seen clearly, with honesty about its flaws and appreciation for its achievements, with understanding of its context and its consequences, with empathy for the millions who lived under its rule, whose lives it shaped, whose descendants we are, in one way or another. The night has fallen now over Istanbul. The city lights glow like stars. The Bosphorus flows on in darkness. The call to prayer has ended. The city settles into evening quiet, the rhythm of daily life, the same rhythm that continued through empires and revolutions, through war and peace, through 6 centuries and more. And we who have travelled this journey together, we can rest now. The story is told. The empire has risen and fallen. The dream has played out to its conclusion. Whatever happened, happened. Whatever was built, was built. Whatever was lost is lost. But the memory remains. The understanding deepens. The connections reveal themselves. The Ottoman Empire, 6 centuries of power and legacy, now part of our shared human story, to be studied, debated, remembered, learned from. Close your eyes one final time. Let the images fade. The sultans and soldiers, the architects and poets, the millions of ordinary people. Let them all recede into the peaceful darkness of sleep. Let history become dream, and dream become rest. The waters of the Bosphorus flow on. The stones of Istanbul stand silent. The legacy endures. But for now, for this moment, there is only peace, only stillness, only the gentle rhythm of breath and the soft approach of sleep. The story is complete. The journey is over. Rest well. Dream deeply. The Ottoman Empire has given us its tale, 600 years distilled into one night's telling, a gift of understanding, a legacy of knowledge, a meditation on power and time, and the rise and fall of all human things. May you carry some small part of this story with you, into your dreams tonight, into your waking tomorrow, into your understanding of the world we share, the world the Ottomans helped shape, the world we continue to make. Together, good night, sleep well, the empire is at rest, and so, at last, are we.